Awesome. Hi. Yeah, man. We're here to like make a world and stuff.
And to argue about making the world.
And to argue about making world. Yeah. Hey, look, thanks for anyone who's already managed to find their way here and have come and watch us talk a whole lot of stuff about building a world for a campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So there's Tam, Talera's my other half, and we've roped in Promethean, who's not my other half.
No.
If I had two halves, then that...
You're not lucky enough to have him as another half.
Oh, now I'm just sad.
Yeah, so am I. This is some interesting...
You're talking ham up a lot there.
Talking... No, I think she's talking you up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
Yeah,
that's no, that's a lie. Lies and slander from the get-go. This is going great. Well done.
Oh, sweet Lord. Okay, so the whole purpose of this is that in the not too distant future, we're going to run a campaign on this channel for the Meeples and the Dragons. And rather than go and get one of the big campaign books, or rather than set something up in the Forgotten Realms or Eberron or any of those existing places, we had the wonderful idea of, hey, let's just make a whole new world from scratch, because like that's super easy and doesn't take any effort and is really quick to do. Which of course is absolutely none of those things. I've been playing D&D since I was really small, and then didn't play it for a long time, and then got back into it. I've never done anything like this before. Mr. Promethean has, though. He's been currently handcrafting his own universe, his own world, his own glorious state of affairs for... How long have you been chipping away at it now?
A while, because so you have the advantage of having run games before. This will be the first game that I've actually run in the world that I've been creating. So you've kind of got stuff that I don't on that score. But yeah, I've been plugging away at the world for a while. A couple of months, I guess.
But the cool thing with that is if it's your own world, it's also got its own rules. So it's like, I'm sorry, but that rule, the thieves don't work, the rogues don't work that way in my world, because I'm just having a moment, so it's fine. It's just
that's the excuse I'll use when I don't know the rules for something, for sure.
Yeah.
But on the other side of that is I'm probably over relying on existing rule sets a bit to make up for my relative newness to the game as well.
Oh, it's good fun, man. It's good fun getting in there and running a game. But no, like we've been like Tam and I've been watching your sessions and stuff like that, and it's interesting looking at the parallels between how you've been doing your world building and how I've been doing the world building I've done so far. And I know you and I have had a couple of sort of very small incidental conversations around certain elements, such as holy sweet mother of everything. There's so many names to have to think of.
Yeah, oh my god, I didn't think of this at all.
Yeah.
How does water work?
Yeah, the whole concept of just going, okay, so I've just called this area this, and to justify it, I need to write 1,000 years worth of history because I have to justify something in my own brain. So it's certainly been an experience. But the always lovely Tam has been helping me out. She's my official co-builder.
So I'd just like to say Hamish's version of me helping him out is him expressing ideas and me giving facial expressions so he knows whether they feel bad.
and then judging just how much I go, I'm not going to use it anyway. But I have been lobbying stuff in Tam's direction. So elements such as looking at building the pantheon for this little universe that we're in and stuff like that, and which she's gonna share where we're sort of up to with that stuff at the moment. But cool. So I just had this really terrible sense of I'm at work and I was about to ask if anyone's got questions, because I'm so used to living in
enough. Yeah.
So there are people watching the streams. People could have questions.
Oh shit. That's wow. And for anyone who is watching, if I look to my left, which is the streams, if I'm looking that way, it's actually because no, your hand doesn't get quite. There you go. Yeah, so that's because like Tam's just sitting there where so.
Oh, that's helpful. It's the right direction and everything.
It is. There you go. Oh, look, the camera's. Oh, look, isn't that sweet?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't. But she's got a special backdrop on, so I can't quite do the same thing.
Speaking of framing and placement, before like you two need a room or whatever, this overlay looks incredible and absolutely amazing. Top job, folks.
Yes. Shout out to Sarah.
Oh,
Who is one half of the Meeples and the Dragons. She is the Meeples. Sarah's absolutely busted her ass getting this all set up. And Sarah's also going to be the one that's going to be doing all the production for us when this thing's actually going, because if it was up to me, then we'd be streaming a cardboard box, essentially. But she's done all sorts of really cool stuff to get that all worked out, which has been awesome. And I wish she was here so she could hear it, but she's had to actually bugger off and attend to like real life stuff. But no, she's been awesome. So she'll constantly be lurking in the background. So I guess world.
do you want to talk about the map first, or do you want me to talk about the gods first?
Look, I'll do the map because the map's there, and I'll chuckle myself around. At this point in time, I've spent a fair bit of chunk playing around in Wonderdraft, which is a piece of software, which is awesome to build a map, and discovered the fact that building a map's not quite as easy as just chucking a bunch of stuff on there. A few people have pointed out that like worlds work where there's like winds and water and stuff grows on one side and doesn't grow on the other. I think I've applied a little bit of the logic of magic. Magic's just going to say that this stuff happens in some cases because I've made some poor choices which I thought were aesthetically pleasing, but maybe for a real life kind of scenario doesn't work that way.
And I think you've avoided me looking at anything in there and going, hoo-hoo, boobs, or hoo-hoo, genitals.
Which is also a legitimate, thing to be considerate about as well.
Well, I mean, if I can make that joke, imagine how many people would be thinking that when they look at it.
There is, D20 NVC, there is definitely a horse ranch. There's probably multiple horse ranches. In fact, I'm sure there's probably even a way we can probably give one an appropriate name for someone somewhere. I don't know.
Can we name it after the Olsen twins from their incredible movie, which I don't remember the name of, but was absolutely based on a horse ranch of some kind?
Really, the Olsen?
Hell yeah! Do you not remember their little spate of movies in the late 90s? Must have been.
I can look that up. You can keep talking.
Go for it.
I'm not sure. I'm almost too scared to even know about that in the late 90s. Okay. Actually, I was going to ask you, Promethean, how did you cope with the whole, like, actual real landmass and, like, how land and mountains and stuff work? Did you look into that before you started building yours, or did you do what I did and went, hey, this looks really cool, and then afterwards go, oh, shitballs?
A little bit of both, I think. So I already had an idea of the continents, like I wanted the 2 continents that I've got kind of in my world, but then how do you make those happen, and then what do you do with them after they're there? And so I mucked around with those continents heaps before I was happy with what they look like.
Okay.
There's at least like 8 different versions of me trying to make just the land masses on their own look like something that I was happy with.
Yeah.
And then the mountains, most of the mountains in my world on my map are there because I don't want to put a whole lot of effort into thinking what's past them.
Okay.
And then the rest are just flavor, and because you need mountains in a world, and it's kind of where I went. So I started with the mountains and then did all the water stuff, I think.
Yeah.
And then everything else has kind of been laid over the top of that.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I mean, NVC, like, yeah, I mean, you're right. It's fantasy, so you can just say the world works because fantasy happened. The only issue that I ever have with that is sometimes I then have to justify it for myself. I look at it and I go, oh, okay, so there's a desert there. Why is there a desert there? Why? I need some logical reason. And even if it's because the desert god, Sandy Pants, erupted from the ground there. I need to have that tangible concept of this is why that thing is there.
Yeah, and as soon as you start looking into how those things come to be in the real world, you realize how much of what you put in the map doesn't fit that. And it's like, oh god, now I've got to redo all this stuff. Or, and that's what it is. It's like the stuff that makes sense. It makes sense because you absolutely meant to do that on purpose, 100%. Everything else, it's magic. That's the answer.
Yeah. Thank you for in regards to the map. Again, shout out to Wonderdraft. It's a great tool that makes someone like me who's terribly not artistic produce something which actually looks vaguely kind of cool. Seriously though, if anyone's looking at using map tools, it's fantastic. It is an application. It's a one-off purchase as well. It's a bit of a resource hog. I have discovered that. It's got its idiosyncrasies, but I've had an absolute ball playing around with it.
You're a resource hog.
Oh shucks. Thanks.
That's all right.
So a brief sort of, I guess, rundown of this whole world thing. So Promethean, like I did the same thing as you with the continents thing. I was like, I'm going to have 3 continents and maybe like 1 or 2 largish islands. I went into it thinking I want to make this like the world, like size-wise. Like I want this monolithic thing. That was really stupid. So I did that. I put together 3 continents and I picked sort of the middle land masses where this whole campaign is going to be based in this middle land mass. There's actually going to be a rule which says if you try and sail west or east, then you just die. So just as a heads up for anyone who's playing, so you Promethean, that's what's going to happen. So sorry.
I'll make some lovely eldritch horrors to sail into the mouth of.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll just have to go kill them then, right?
Oh, fuck. No, see, that's why you can't have something there, because then it makes the players want to go and murder it. And that just
exactly. And that was why I have lots of mountains on one side of mine. Yeah. It's like we don't know what's over there. No one's ever come back. Sure, if you want to go that way, fine.
No,
whatever. That's a challenge. You just issued a challenge. No one's ever come back. Well, I'm going to be the first.
Yeah.
No swimming ash.
And then you kill them.
Lots of sharks and stuff.
One does not simply sail into the eldritch horror's mouth.
Exactly. So I picked a central continent, which I then proceeded to call Peldorne. I also then made it like way too big because I was like, I want a big land. I want it big, and I was like, how big's like America? And it's like 3,000 miles across. And so I built a scale saying this is 3,000 miles across, and then realized how hard it is to make a world that's like just that big. So this is still quite large, but I'm still kind of tinkering with scale. Again, I think Promethean, that's something you and I have chatted a little bit about.
Scale. Oh,
yeah.
God. Yeah, it's Satan.
Because
we're not alone, though, apparently, which is nice.
Yeah, because you want to have a world that's like it feels like there's effort to travel from A to B. It's not like you get the party walks 6 days on the other side of the continent. Yeah. But it also needs to be, it's not a 1-year journey. I'm now going to roll 365 random encounter dice to see what happens. Because that's kind of shithouse.
Yeah, and I think I found like the middle ground I think I'm happy with, and I won't know if this works until it plays out, right, is that for certain journeys, there'll just be time jumps, I think. It's
I don't like random encounters. I find they're just kind of like filler. It's like, okay, the monster jumps out, and it's probably not going to be a real threat to the party. And if you do add something that is a real threat to the party, it kind of sucks if like someone dies because a grue popped out of a hole and ate them when they're going to the awesome quest.
Look, if that happens, it's on them. They should have found a way to deal with the encounter in a better way. The end. It's not your fault.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is true. This is true. Gosh, I'm definitely getting a sense for what your game's going to be like with some of this.
I like historical map scale where they just made it up. It says NBCDM, which is a fair point, and that's how I kind of became less uncomfortable. Not comfortable, but less uncomfortable with the scale problems that I still have. Is it's like, yeah, okay, this is the big version of my world. This is what I'm gonna be using for the most part to keep an eye on everything that's going on. And then when we play, like there'll be, regional versions of that map that'll be better scaled, still not necessarily perfect, but a little bit better once it's kind of, close in on that particular bit. And you got battle maps and stuff that you throw in for individual things, I guess.
And that's exactly what I've done with this as well. Like, so what you're looking at here is the northern half of the continent. And it's very much that pulled out, it's the main rivers, it's the main mountains. Like there's going to be other smaller mountain ranges and stuff like that. And I did have a few connections around, how much detail do I go in at this level? If I zoom in and then I put another mountain range in, am I doing something terrible? And all of that kind of stuff. But again, it's my world. I can do whatever I want and add stuff and take stuff away and play with the scale. And if I realize the scale's busted partway through, I'll just tweak it slightly. And, I think you just kind of go with it.
How deep did you go into like imagining the way that the world was created though? Like when you're doing out the mountains, are you thinking, oh yeah, when the world was new and everything was volcanoes and stuff, these mountains popped up?
No, I was more like whoop, 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 through the middle of the world.
Loch Ness monster.
It was like this kind of looks cool. I like having a giant mountain range through here. The problem I did have though was in going back and starting to look at the regions and going, okay, why is that region like that? Or where did this particular region start? Or I've said that, like you can see on this map here. Let's try some zooming around and see how.
Dun, dun, dun. Streams first zoom. Woo!
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep, no, it is. So, for example, you can see here there's the Rendarian Empire, which sits at the very top. It's like why is that the empire? Where did that start? Was it always an empire? What's the history behind it? Why did it get to that point in time? Which is a terrible thing to ask because then you're just going to vanish into oblivion with it. And I haven't kind of touched a lot of the northern part of this place yet. So, I'll show the southern section in a minute. But this is sort of like there's some very high level concepts here. And I've tried to have it so that each sort of main part of this continent has got a very distinct flavor and a very distinct kind of personality and stuff like that. So, when you go to the Rendarian Empire, it's like, it's very different to places to the south, and there's very distinct, whether it's styles or naming conventions or things like that. So that, when you guys are playing, you get that feel of I'm in a different place.
Yeah, in a different place. I love that. That's really cool.
And how will I pull it off? I guess we'll find it over time. I'm just having a look at what NBC and low mountain range spring over. Yeah, basically NBC. That's pretty much it. Although there is some interesting God stuff which I'll touch on and why is there a mountain range there? MC, yeah, God, yeah,
yeah, exactly. Your glades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with this, I went through and kind of just slapped it together a bit. There's been a few various iterations, but naming as well. God, names. That's been an interesting experience. Deserts and all this sort of stuff. So this is very much sort of a, like I said, that high level view. I have got a sense for this part of the world. It is probably the most, I'm going to say civilized, maybe refined, I think is maybe the word I want to go for, because I don't want to have civilized or something. And Tam's shaking her head.
No, I don't think we're fine. I think you're looking at a more, not machinistic, but more what you expect from like a Western developed society.
Yeah. So I went when I've been putting together this, and as I've been like chunking together bits of the history and sort of how my brain sits with it,
There's industrialized.
Yeah, there's
That's
almost like a Victorian England kind of vibe to what it is in my head, which is strange because a lot of the terminology and a lot of the names I've actually pinched from Transylvania. Because I came up with like Carpathia, and I was like, oh, that's sort of a Transylvanian type name.
Is.
And then went and looked up a bunch of Transylvanian names and went,
Yes.
I'm just going to start playing with those.
I'm sitting here thinking, is that Ravenloft? That's what I'm saying.
No, well, look, I mean, is it?
Don't know.
It could be.
I don't know. I wasn't in charge of that bit.
No, you weren't. And then having no golfs and all that kind of stuff.
The Deeping Lake.
The Deeping Lake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, do I know what that means? Maybe not. I don't know. I'm just seeing what people. What's Crystal?
It's a very pretty font that you used for the name of the lake there. I like that.
It is. It's the same font.
Apparently, you need to put a cat on your head.
Okay. It's the same. It's the same font. Oh, so this is where you should have to redeem points, or like or sell your soul, or something like that. I don't know how these things work, but I'll do what I'm told.
Well, Chris has said that because I've got a mind flayer and Promethean's got his sort of giraffe, you have to have a cat.
Correct.
There you go.
Is that okay, Chris?
Thanks, NBC, always and forever for this, by the way.
And I happened to have a cat beanie right beside me when that comment was made.
That's terrifying. So yeah, the font, I actually went with the idea of I haven't done it all the way through, but the font actually reflecting the society. So like there's different fonts used across the map to help me sort of understand who's where and stuff like that.
That's a ridiculously helpful idea to use, like from that kind of, world making perspective. That's very clever.
Well, this Wonder Draft has a cool feature where you can actually define the region. So you can actually pick like over here, you can see there's a region tool, which you actually highlight a region on the map and you say, this is the Hungarian Empire, or whatever it is.
Gotcha. Okay.
But what I discovered is that once you've started putting too many assets on this map, Wonder Draft shits itself and actually doesn't let you do that anymore.
Is it a saving? Like, if you save it, does it then lock those assets in a way? Because I know the same thing happens with Incarnate, right? And if you don't regularly save it, then it'll just lag the hell right out.
It's even if I open up like a brand new instance of the map and stuff like that, as soon as you try and it has to like it does some sort of processing of the map.
Yeah.
And because what that processing the map does is then when you draw the region, it auto locks onto coastlines and stuff. So you don't just have like big blobs of color. But that whole auto locking stuff just completely shits itself and doesn't work. So I could still kind of do big blobs of color and it could be ugly. But I have got versions of the map. Hey, Mod Brew, thanks for sticking your head in, buddy. And thank you. It's a cat. It's a zebra cat.
It's a white tiger.
Zebra cat works as well. That's fine.
Zebra cat. It's my goddamn world. It's a zebra cat. There you go. There's now zebra cats in my world.
Oh my god, zebra cats.
Yeah, they're called tigers.
How do they work?
Zebra cats. It's a thing. It is definitely a thing. Cheers, my brew. I don't even know what I was talking about. I'm talking lots. Someone stop me from talking lots.
No, this is the bit where you talk, because then we're not going to let you talk once we actually start playing.
Fuck. Okay, all right. So,
yeah, go.
So one of the big things that I've tried to do with this whole world is I have tried to take a fairly big step away from the traditional sort of Dungeons and Dragons. So, for example, one of the things, I'm still not 100% set on this, but I'm fairly confident that there are going to be no dragons in this world. Now, there are going to be dragon-like things, so like drakes and things like that, but your traditional red dragon and green dragon and gold, just I like dragons are cool, but there's also like a zillion other things, and the fact that I've also got like all of the Kobold Press monster books has seriously influenced my world creation, because there's so many interesting monsters and stuff in there that I want to get away from some of the more traditional stuff. In the same aspect, when it comes to the race, a broccoli dragon.
No.
Funnily enough, there is a very close kelp type creature to that D20. So, just saying. But in regards to races, sort of moving away from the concept of all the orcs are all, tribalistic people who go and murder everybody, and all the halflings eat pie, and all the elves are pretentious wankers. More to all of the races will have sort of racial attributes from a physicality point of view. And even then, as I've said to the players, like if someone wants to make a dwarf and that dwarf comes from the furthest south where they've lived in snow for 1 million years, then we'll make frost dwarves. We'll give them like cold resistance, and I'm happy to play with that stuff and not have that really kind of hard coded sort of sense of what everything is. If people want that, totally cool. And the players who will be on streams as we go through the next few weeks, that's one of the things we're actually going to talk through. Like, how does that race present in this world? But it's more going to be, so the Rendarian Empire is going to have elves and orcs and kobolds and hobgoblins and dwarves and gnomes, but they're identified by the culture of the land, not by the race. So that, you'll have, refined, or, not all orcs are going to be muscle-bound grunts. And it's moving very much into that sort of Tasha's Cauldron sort of aspect of how they've tried to sort of flavour races.
Just progressing it a little bit further.
And there's still going to be places in the world where there's going to be, you'll find a group of people and it's 80% dwarves, and then the rest will be, a few other bits and pieces. But I wanted to have more cultures than races. In saying that, there are a few places. So, for example, down here I've got like Talera and the Lake of Shells is going to be a very large turtle community. And I've got some ideas around that. Hence also the name the Lake of Shells, because, they're a turtle shell. That's where they're going to be living.
It just sounds ominous now, because I'm just imagining like a giant turtle graveyard around the lake.
Well, I mean, the Olden Wood could also look. I mean, dude, can you make some notes for me, honey? That could be great.
That's all right. That's been recorded.
Excellent. This is a good point. But there's a couple of places in the world where I'm using some slightly different races, sort of anthropomorphic races. Again, I've ripped them completely out of the Kobold Press books, just because they're cool and they're different, and I just wanted to have something that was a little bit different and interesting. So, this desert area is a piece of land which I haven't even thought about yet. Well, that's a lie. I've got one or two small ideas based on some history of the world. Everywhere needs jungle, because jungles are cool. And down here, Shardfall is that's actually came into existence from conversations with John and his character.
Can I just pause for a second?
Sure.
Is that the Darren River?
Barren. Hey? Barren.
Baron.
Although we,
it looked like a D. I was going to go, wow.
Although
Darren's popular.
we could change it. Like this is still a fluid environment.
That's
right.
We'll have a Dazza and Gazza.
Yeah, that's literally what Ash has just said. Dazza Creek.
Yeah.
So maybe off the Barren River, there's the Dazza Creek, and then I don't know what would be another one.
Oh, I'll just make
Shazza Falls.
Yeah, the Shazza Falls. The
No. Sheila Falls.
Sheila
Falls.
That sounds terrifying. But yes, so Shardfall came into existence for a couple of things. So I've done magic in this world is also it functions the way it functions in D&D, but it's a lot more integrated into the history of the world. And sort of a little sneak peek of that is the area of Shardfall during a somewhat cataclysmic event in history, of which I'm not going to go into too much detail because A, it's a bit of a spoiler, and B, I'm still trying to just sort of finish some of the details. But an element of it was basically this giant crystal fell from essentially the sky and smashed into this entire area and basically rendered all of that space around it, which used to be part of that jungle, now pretty much devoid of most life, but also completely 100% devoid of any magic. There are a number of small civilizations that survived this Shardfall, that's the name. And since then, anybody who is born either in that land or as part of that lineage is completely 100% unable to use magic. So they can't learn spells, they can't cast spells. There's no clerics, there's no mages, there's no sorcerers, there's no druids, there's no rangers. But this is how artificers became an aspect of the world, because these people, upon realizing that they don't have access to that, did discover that this thing that fell from the sky is actually as close to raw, solid magic as you can get, and found a way to actually manipulate that to begin to create devices. So slightly steampunky-ish in some respects, but because John was interested in playing an artificer, it was like, I want there to be a reason why an artificer is a thing in this world. And so with the conversations him and I had, we sort of landed on this concept of, yep, sweet, these people, and it's a very small sort of community is not the right word, culture, people, something like that. It's Friday night, wording bad. But yeah, completely unable to manipulate magic and use magic at all, except for creating these devices, which over the years, they have then got better and better at making. And there's some other elements in there as well, which I won't go into this because it's part of the stuff with John's character, and I'm going to talk with that when we go through it and do the stream with him. Because otherwise, it'll just be us sitting there going, cool, John, we've talked about all of your stuff.
Well, you're not here.
That's good. So first, are you sure John didn't pick an artificer just to make your life hell?
Look, I mean, I'm not ruling it out. It's definitely a possibility.
Seems likely, right?
It's definitely a definitely. What the fuck is Chris saying? A strudel of artificers? Is there a
strudel?
Is there a cheese-eating pun on this map? I don't know. Is there? What have I missed?
Do you have a cheese-eating pun on the map?
Yeah,
it's simple. It's a simple question. Come on.
Well, I don't want to look. I would be Easter eggs, man. I'm going to leave that up to the people.
Or Cheester eggs, as the case may be. And secondly, that whole situation around your Shardfall thing is so much more nuanced and beautifully thought out than my dumb shard that fell from the sky that just had a bunch of demons come out of it. A heap.
I must admit, when I was watching your stream the other day, and you literally were talking about shards falling from the sky, I'm like, fuck, did I subconsciously hear you talk about that one other time and then introduce it, or was it just...
No, because like there are times where I'll be watching your stream Promethean where Hamish is like, you know, doing his nighttime thing or awesome work or whatever, and I sit there and I go, wow, you two have some very similar things but also still wildly different. So for example, you're both having shards falling down from the sky but with completely different purposes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Great.
And look, things fall out of the sky all the time, everywhere, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And have you seen the latest photos from the James Webb Telescope? There's a lot of crap out there in the sky to fall onto places. Yeah.
And it's bound to happen, like just the law of percentages. Like
I'm waiting for a whole wheel of camembert to fall down right in our backyard.
Not again.
Yeah. God damn it, we just cleaned it up last week. It's amazing the mess it makes when it hits the ground. It's just...
It's so creepy.
Jesus, that's terrible.
Jesus. All right, so how much of what's on the map now is stuff that you already had in mind, or kind of just sat down and banged out between you and Tam, or how much has actually come in and been introduced from the players that you've talked to?
Good question. Excellent question.
I only ask good questions, Hamish. Jesus.
But also be careful not to give away too much
Yes.
for when
True.
the players are on stream, because you want to be able to talk about that
I do.
specifically with them.
And look, it's actually pretty easy. Probably 90% of this is just extracted from my noodle head. I've tried to save a lot of the character conversation for when I'm actually talking with the players like yourself, which could mean that there could be some fundamental changes to what I've got here. And I'm happy to rip the guts out of stuff and tweak things. As I've progressed and as I've talked to people a little bit, there's certainly elements of this where I've gone, okay, so what I know about the character so far, this might be a nice place to sort of sit. And that's actually a beautiful segue for you, Promethean. I'm just going to open up another map here.
Why?
Oh, look.
Everyone just saw your whole map list.
That's fine. Which is just like version.
Get all the spoilers.
368.
Yeah.
So this is the southern part of Peldorne.
Right.
Oh, is that icing home? Is it
Yep.
white because it's full of icing?
It is.
Yes.
It's fully. What's the stuff?
Sugar.
What's the stuff?
Delicious.
The stuff. The fondant.
Oh,
It's just. It's all fondant.
Yeah.
It's all white fondant.
We've
Nailed
already
it.
talked about regional flavors. Like this
Yeah.
map is like there is 100% going to be a like not just a scratch and sniff, but like a lick and taste print version of this map released into the world. There must be. It has to happen.
Nailed it.
Absolutely. Yep. Definitively will absolutely happen.
Good.
So, Mr. Promethean, up
Yes.
here, because you were kind enough to provide quite a bit of detail in regards to your character idea when you threw it in my general direction.
That was entirely an accident, but you're welcome.
Which was wonderful. But it got me thinking about that and some elements of your character, which then got me thinking about basically the part of the world that they're potentially going to be in, and also the impact of some of that backstory stuff, which has ended up with this small mountain range called the Gloom Wrought.
Which is an incredible name. And like I cannot tell you how much I love that name.
I'm fucking stoked with it as well. There's a couple of names on here I'm just like, and I'm there's some I'm like, you know what, take it or leave it. I could change that if I wanted to.
This is my legacy, though. This is what I will be remembered for. Damn it!
If everything else is shit, as long as you're in with that. Yes, Ash, I haven't changed the Valvar Forest yet.
What's suspicious about that?
Ash seems to have some sort of deep connection to the name.
Correct. I'm aware of what the answer to the question is. I just wanted to hear it said out loud.
Yeah, no. So, so one of
that's the only part of the map.
So one of the joys of Tam helping is her ability to destroy 95% of the names that I come up with by making them somehow fucking terrible. Which we play a home campaign as well, and she'll often be sitting there going, I'll be like, and this is the epic hero, blah, blah, blah. And she'll be like, hey, it sounds like penis. And it's just like, fucking done.
No!
Fuck you. And then every time I say their name, I'm just like, well, fucking penis. God damn it.
But I'm sorry, Valvar. That is so close to Valvar.
It is. And look, that's probably a prime candidate for a name change.
It's all in the pronunciation, right? Valvar. It's different enough.
Valvar.
Right?
The problem is it's the first syllable that's the problem.
But then, of course, depending on the accent of the people who live nearby, they might be quite slack. Yeah, mate, it's the Valvar Forest. Yes, Ash, you did. You did say it the first time I showed you the map. And I must admit, I didn't actually quite put one and one together at the time, but that's because I'm a fucking idiot.
It's fine.
But coming back to your original question from Heath, yeah, look, there was that and Shardfall are probably two elements of the map which have been influenced by player stuff. Everything else, I don't have enough about the characters to really do a lot with it at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I need to have those conversations and sort of see where stuff fits into the world. Yeah, it's interesting. This map actually runs a bit smoother than the other one. I don't know why. I do know why. But so one example of one of the things I've done. So this part of the map on sort of the western coast, I've tried to make a lot more sort of traditional fantasy, I guess. A lot of the names are very, very much based on characteristics of the surroundings. So it's that very sort of logical, if this is the deepest river in the area, people probably called it the Deep River.
Makes sense.
And because that's how people name shit. So funnily enough, there's places like Deep Cove, Usurper Hills. The Usurper Hills actually feeds into the history of the whole area. So this whole sort of western coast is called the Rivenlands, because essentially what it is that there are five sort of almost like duchies in it, which over the years have had a number of conflicts amongst. It's like the squabbling lords constantly at each other about stuff. And there has actually been kingdoms in the past which have formed and then broken down over time, because basically these people just can't play together nicely. And I like the concept of a part of the land which is constantly sort of forming as something and then breaking apart and then reforming and then breaking apart, and having the individual power struggles of these various very sort of small areas, and how that plays out when you then also introduce a bunch of other concepts across it as well. Again, going for that sort of that name of, like I've got here, the Crimson Range, for example, predominantly called that because there's this very vibrant red clay that comes from it.
Right. Okay. Yep.
Which actually feeds into the river, which actually colours the water of the river, hence why it's called the Redwalled River. And then you've got the red wood, because of course the woods are around the river, so they soak that up, and so the trees themselves have actually got a red tinge to them. And so trying to give an identity to an area. And then you've got the capital of Amberdale and stuff like that.
Because it's filtered out a bit and it's not as red anymore.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Trying to do that logical kind of name stuff. Which is great for one area when you've got a really good idea, but then you get stuck when you try and get them further sometimes.
Let's move on, do a different bit and come back to it. Easy.
Well, because see, the mistake I then made, and I'll open up another one here, is that, because as I said before, this is the blown out view for the map. Rainbow Lake, absolutely ash. Look, I think there could be some interesting stuff going on there. I zoomed in. So this is actually, so Wondergraph's cool because you can actually pick a chunk of the map and just say zoom it in by X percentage. And it just takes all of the assets and zooms it in, which was nice. So this has let me provide or create a more detailed view of the work of this section. So this is where it's sort of starting to get into the actual different duchies that I was talking before. So you've got Kingsvale. So up here, like there's Lansholme Ruins, which is actually the original city that the last kingdom was based around. These are called the Usurper Hills because basically there was a great betrayal, and part of it was an army hidden in these hills, which came rampaging down to murder everybody.
Dig that.
And hence the name. And then heading south, Alamar, another section. But it's putting in all of these, the small towns. I was like, how many small towns should I have? There's only actually quite a few. And so I sort of dotted them around and went,
Oh shit! I've got to find names.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where you start running into trouble with names when it's stuff that isn't, like critical to your story, the stuff that you've already got in mind. It's like, oh, this is going to be some throwaway place. It's like, oh, what do I call it then?
Yeah.
And you get, it's easy to get stuck.
It is. And so, again, this has
Or
been...
spend 2 weeks developing the town of Harrow and people...
which now has a 400-year history. And
There could be a what the fuck corner, Chris. I'm sure we could find you a little cozy little hole to live in. Absolutely. But again, like the whole naming thing, it's a nice city, a particularly pleasant view of the river. So Merry Christmas, you're now called Riverview.
Riverview. And we talked about this a bit too, right? It's a thing that we do in reality. We name stuff really basically.
Yeah.
Right. You've got like, this is Lake.
Yeah.
Ta-da! Ta-da!
And there's a river here beside where the capital was, and it had a king, so it was probably called the King's River. Merry Christmas. And the concept of how sometimes words kind of get squished together and reformed over time. So like I had a town down here, which is close to the old ruins. So it's like the new home, but I don't want to call it new home. But over time, people, like I said, put words together, mash them up a bit. So hence, you end up with New Hill and concepts like that. And then,
my favorite thing about that is it's spelled in the way that I would phonetically write out like the New Zealand accent for New Helm. It's great. Brilliant. Love that.
I hadn't thought about that. So that's the sort of stuff. And then, the main drag off to the west, off to the east is called Easting, and up towards Shardfall, which is all barrens. So of course you've got the small township of Barrenway because it's on the way to the barrens.
Some bloke called Dalian fell asleep in that place.
Yeah. So
easy.
So that place there, and I actually thought about this on the drive home today because having a good commute is a great way to think about stuff. It's what I'm probably going to do there is that the last king who died was probably King Dalian. And so because he was originally the Lord of Kingsvale, they went and reclaimed his body, took him back to there, and basically renamed the township after their dead king, Dalian's Rest. Boom, done. So it's trying to be logical about that shit.
Yeah, that's good. That makes sense. Like, and just looking at it, it's not like it doesn't look clunky. There's nothing that's like overly compressed, and there's nothing that's too far apart. It's nicely proportioned, and I really like it. It's good.
Nice, excellent. Thank you. I have tried.
This is your world.
It is my world, and as you can see, there's still big chunks of it that don't have names. That doesn't have a name.
But it's also Promethean's world.
It is, and that's actually one of the big things, which I kind of said, I think touched on before, is that I want the players to be really invested in this world and the elements of it that relate to their character, so that like it's often you'll have it where you end up in Bill's hometown, and the player's like, oh, okay, cool, we'll look for an inn, and I'm like, but if it's Bill's hometown, you know what the best inn in town is. You know who runs the general store. You know that Susie's got the best muffins in town, which has some yeah. Shut up.
Yeah. There it is.
that was I really set myself up for that one.
You did. You walked into that one.
I did. But I want the players to be invested in that. So when we're going through and creating elements of this world and stuff, and again, probably more with those streams with the players themselves, actually digging into that stuff. Where do you want your hometown to be? What is it big? Is it small? Is there anything particularly characteristic about it? If you're a halfling, is that the halflings in this part of the world have any particular traits or characteristics, so that all the players get a sense of ownership of this world as well. But it also makes sense when you go there and they can go, oh, cool, awesome. We'll check out.
You've got that sense of familiarity, having
Yeah.
kind of talked through it. Yeah.
And that's that's been, I think with some of the conversations with John, with a bunch of which we should have bloody had on stream, but we just got carried away.
That's right. Recap it all.
And that's just it. So, but I hope it also helps to draw the players into the world a bit more as well.
Nothing. It's fine.
That was.
What was that?
What was that? It was quite ominous.
It was definitely. No, it was definitely not a gravity versus red wine situation. Definitely.
Oh no!
Do you need to get cleaning cloths or something?
No, it's fine. I mostly saved everything. It's fine. I was trying to do it sneakily, and I'm like, I'll just do it all down here. I won't be able to see. Oh God, no! What have I done?
And so on that, leading out from the spillage of the wine is Dead Man's Pass.
Hold on, I would just like to point out that that D20 has managed to get himself a 5-second timeout from Nightbot for spamming capitals.
Oh no, that's cruel. I spam capitals all of the time. I'm going to get burned by that big time.
Look, to be fair, it is Chris. So I think it's fucking hilarious. Well played, Sarah. Thank you for setting up Nightbot and doing that. I think that's a specific command just for Chris, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, everyone, let's have a nice little celebration of D20 being banned, shall we?
Yeah.
I'm going to use that segue to get a glass of water.
Okay, you go and get a glass of water. Spillage gate.
What's your favourite thing in the map? On the map.
The pretty colours. Let me go back to the larger map for a second. Boop. I like how I've almost inadvertently sectioned it into areas that have got that give room for some interesting cultures to be in. So, for example, I've got the Rivenlands, so I've got that sort of slightly more generic kind of fantasy sort of environment there. But then I've got the Wayfarer Plains. Now, there's actually a whole culture that's going to be basically
plain bound.
Very nomadic, but one small insight into them is that, because I didn't want to have the whole they're nomadic tribe and they're
nomad savage type deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
One of the elements of them is that basically as soon as the children learn how to walk, they also learn how to use magic. So the entire culture is highly magical, which in contrast to the rest of the world, which I'll touch on a little bit, is quite an extreme. Like most of the world's actually got fairly low magic at this point in time. But a lot of it's to do with their affinity to the land, but also to a very particular god. They've never had the desire or the need to actually sort of put down roots anywhere, but also the plains themselves are quite dangerous. There's definitely a number of creatures on there which are more than happily to sort of munch down on people.
Well, yeah, like the toddlers with magic, for example, if they're learning it as soon as they can walk, as Ash has pointed out. Exactly, that's terrifying. We've discussed at length how children are the worst form of human being. That's an awful idea.
Absolutely. Well, look.
It depends on what magic they're taught.
Yeah, look. So to me,
to go a little bit into it.
Okay.
It is things like, so toddlers would be taught things like how to use magic to help propagate with plants or food or stuff like that. So not harmful magics that can take people out.
Until they get, horrid diseases from just eating sweet foods that they want all the time.
No.
But yeah, go on.
No. But because the peoples are nomadic, obviously they're not in any one particular spot to grow crops and stuff like that.
Yeah, so
So
that's useful for them to be able
yeah,
to increase the rate of growth, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Or learning how to enhance passing on traditional stories of their tribes and so forth. So bards could come into it with those sorts of things. So there's different ways that the magic can actually enhance their traditions and their lifestyle in non-harmful ways, and the children grow up with that as a normality.
And look, Ash, you're raising some very interesting ideas. Maybe there are some repercussions, but it is.
Yeah, no, that's code for. So we'll take this down as a cool little encounter idea. We're gonna maybe that's code.
Yeah, no, they all get access to the wish spell. No, it's very much like the like druid craft or something like that, where congratulations, you can sprout a couple of flowers or something of a much more limited nature. But definitely sort of having a play around in that area. But the other thing, when Cam was talking about bards, the other thing that I wanted was for this to be a very sort of oral culture. So not a lot of writing, everything's passed down through stories or songs or whatever.
Yeah.
And I really liked...
You don't cart around a bunch of books.
Yeah. And I really liked the idea, and I must admit this is very much influenced from some books I read when I was significantly younger, of the concept of spell singers. So having effectively what would be like a bard, but a lot of them more maybe higher up in status in the clan or whatever it is, who are more powerful with magic, but it is all done through singing and that sort of thing. I don't want to call them spell singers because that term pops up in a couple of different places.
Yeah.
Even though it's a cool term, and I spent about an hour the other day rifling through sites,
going through stuff. Yeah.
What's a different word for singer, chanter?
How good is it?
Spell or conjuring, farter? No, this is not. So I don't know what the hell I'm calling them yet, but I want that concept to sort of sit there. And like we've been talking a little bit about, like from a racial point of view, having this part of the land where maybe they're more of the traditional monsterish races, but they're actually whilst they're very good at looking after themselves because there are a number of threats and stuff on the plains, it's not, we're orcs and we're going to try to eat your face. It would actually be a much more welcoming environment, to the point of those who are deemed as outcasts from other parts of the continent. If they make their way here, are often very, very much accepted and welcomed into parts of these clans. They'll pick up sort of the strays and the outcasts and the outsiders. Very welcoming, very warm, very family orientated kind of culture that lives down in this part of the world. And there would be four or five main clans. And basically this whole sort of part of the world is divided into 4 parts. I think there was going to be one that was going to sort of live sort of on the eastern slopes of the giant hammer mountains, another one down here under the Aonix River, another one sort of up here, and there was one other spot as well. I think I had something else right down here. I don't know, I'd need to check my notes for that, but having very distinct areas and then giving each one of those a very distinct personality as well, and sort of trying to again plan that space. So if the party comes to this part of the world, again, there is something very distinctive there. And the other day I ended up writing a big history around why not big, but I actually ended up coming up with a reason for why the Fen of the Long Night is actually called the Fen of the Long Night. Because it's always nice to have reasons for names.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, that's sort of the...
And Aonix River is not named after Aeon Craft. No. That's why there's no E.
That is... so one of the other things. So in the Cabal Priest books, there are otter folk. Both Tam and I are big otter fans. And so I actually liked the idea of having this part of the world where there's otter folk. And so basically what I worked out was this river, they are Aonix River, and Aonix is actually part of the scientific name for otter. Great way to try and find names for shit.
It's brilliant. Yep, that's very good.
basically are sort of the masters of this river. And Lutra is going to be sort of like a central trade hub for these clans. And so they'll go and they do all their stuff. And, people have got to be able to gather resources and stuff like that. And so the idea being, in some capacity, I'm still working through some of the details, that Lutra is where the clans will come together, and then anything that wants to get traded actually basically gets sent upriver down towards Canterwell, which I'll touch base on in a different thing. But it's all run by these otter folk. And I've got something very specific in my mind around them as well.
I feel like I need, as a player, I'll need to absolutely visit the otter folk and expose them from the cruel, sadistic creatures that they truly are.
Okay, so hang on. Is this stream M15 PG? What swear words can I call Promethean?
Well, I've said game
on.
Did you say Aeon's name and he appeared?
Yes.
That's dude.
You said Aeon's name and he appeared.
It's
Aeonix River and ta-da!
Yes, but I said that it wasn't named after Aeoncraft. That's why it doesn't have the E. And
I missed that.
Fuck,
magic.
Yeah.
That's some, full-on summoning shit, and I'm a little bit creeped out.
This is why I developed the gods, Promethean.
Can you talk about gods without massive spoilers? Do we want to talk about gods?
Tam's in charge of the Pantheon, so I'm going to shut up now.
So basically, I wanted to approach gods a little bit differently in this one. Without going too much into the background of how the gods came to be and all that sort of stuff, I created 12 gods. Now, all of the gods have no gender or no race. So instead of each race within the world having their own version of a pantheon, it is the same god who chooses to appear in different ways for different races or the situation to make things more comfortable.
I dig that. They're a god. They can do whatever the heck they want.
So I have specifically created the gods as not being male or female or anything like that. However, you will have the god of war in some situations will tend to prefer to be male. In other situations might appear female and so forth, depending on what is expected by that situation and who they're interacting with at the time. I have gaps, so the gods do not cover everything because I want there to be more interaction with the demigods. So I want demigods to have a bit more of a role in the world than what they necessarily do in other aspects of D&D. In naming the gods, I actually took how to put it, they aren't actually names, so they're words for different things. So, for example, the god of the sky, I actually took the word for storm in a different language. So I've picked names that come from concepts related to what they're the god of rather than actually a name per se. But when they're said, they could still sound like a name, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
And none of the gods have an alignment.
Oh, now that's an interesting little twist, but also one that I dig. Yeah.
Basically, each god is there is balance. So nothing they do is purely good. Nothing they do is purely evil. It depends on the situation as to what they will do. So for example, you have the god of war. You have war. War's not always a good thing. However, this god of war doesn't necessarily believe that wars should be senseless, so doesn't always support war. But sometimes will believe that war should happen even though it causes death. So they all have good and bad aspects for what they want to happen.
Yeah, and there's a couple of ways you can do that, right? So you can have the god take in hand the good or evil version of the thing, or you can have the god completely separated from the concept of morality entirely, right?
Well, one of the ideas that we've had is so the Wayfarer clans, the ones who lurk down here, have a particularly strong affinity with the god of nature, and some of these gods actually interact fairly closely with the people of the world, and so for undisclosed reasons, hashtag fucking spoilers, the god has taught them certain things, because essentially they've gone, I actually really dig these people. These people are really into the world and you know,
And me.
and all this, and me
and
Yeah,
me.
absolutely. And so I kind of want to give them a bit of a leg up. I want to give them a bit of a boost and the stuff that's going on. And I like the idea of that, the gods being a bit more involved in some respects.
Accessible, yeah.
Yeah, you know, they're not just this sky being or something like that. Like, you know, Tam and I have been talking about, you know, where do the gods live? Like, are they often in the god plane doing god stuff, or do they actually reside in Aoth or else
God stuff?
Yeah, you know, god partying.
So basically,
real kinky.
no. So basically, the idea of these gods is they love this world and they want this world to function and flourish, and that requires working together and some give and take. So it can't always be about war. It can't always be about
conflict between them as powers.
So they will actually, when it comes to bigger issues in the world, none of them work in isolation. They actually have their own organized, this is how we make decisions to make sure that there is balance, which I won't go into.
No, which is good. But then that raises the question, okay, are there comparable powers that can contend with those gods then? That can put their, you know, caretaking of this world at risk?
Hashtag spoilers.
Yeah, hashtag spoilers.
Yeah, noted. All right.
But like if I like going back to the god of war, for example, I've got in my head, you know, that god of war has appeared on a battlefield in a giant chimera form. That god tends to prefer feline things. So there's at least one time where they've appeared as a domestic house cat to find out the true motivation for someone going to war.
Yeah.
So, you know, they get involved a lot more in nondescript and anonymous ways to have that involvement.
And are those themes, do you reckon, built around like the nature of the god themselves, or are they a consequence of like the worship of the god? Do you know what I mean? Like, are those ideas and those themes that they then present, are they fully from what they get from the people worshipping them? The god of
war tends to appear in cat form?
Well, yeah, like the cat form thing. Is that a consequence? It just happens that, you know, a bunch of folk that worship the god of war have a thing for cats a lot, or is that something that's intrinsic to that god's nature?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the demigods of that god don't necessarily do that, and there's other times that god has appeared as a righteous angel and stuff like that. So it's then we've got like the god of death and the god of life are actually twins that represent the whole cycle.
Yeah, I love that. I'm a big fan of balance and like polarities in things in general. Yeah, I dig that a lot.
And this is going into a little bit the preferred representation for the god of death. Despite not being evil, a lot of people, of course, see death as a bad thing, is actually closer to a race that's similar to a Yuan-Ti. Now, all of his demigods, and I say him, which is interesting because he gave birth to all his demigods. So his demigods are actually his children.
Yeah.
Which is where that whole not really having a gender comes back into play. But the venom, because of his preferred form, has manifested differently. So his wizard child, the scripts for their spells is actually the venom causing writing on their skin that they can just cast off their skin.
Gross. Cool.
In terms of,
Gross.
yeah, gross. Like, that's your actual-
Yeah. The bard, the way the venom comes in the bard is that if the bard gives someone their venom, whether it's through bite, willingness, or whatever, it almost casts
whatever. Yeah.
You know, it gives the power for things like charm spells or enthralling, all that sort of stuff. The barbarian, the venom actually can make them produce weapons at will created from the venom. The cleric, the venom actually heals. So it was like looking at different ways that venom can manifest without necessarily being specifically associated with poison.
Yep. Yeah, I dig that. It's like, it's chemistry at the end of the day, right? It can do whatever it wants. Especially if it's like god magic venom. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's just, I'm a god. It's fucking, yeah. It's like that.
Yeah.
And the only one of the demigods for the god of death that is not a biological child is actually the warlock, who made a pact, and that's how they got their
adopted child. That's adorable. Oh my god, I love that. That's cool.
So yeah, so there's different ones that have those different representations and that sort of thing in there, because that's part of their personality. Now, don't get me wrong, just because he prefers snake visages and stuff like that, that doesn't mean he's slimy or sneaky or anything like that. It's not the stereotypical snake yuan tea or anything that you get from the other stuff. It's just how they prefer.
So as you can see, Tan's been having a grand time coming up with this stuff, which has been awesome, as it's one less thing for me to have to try and figure out. But yeah, it's that whole notion of trying to have the gods, what is a demigod? Like sort of what sort of, power, how much can they influence the world and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's interesting sort of exploring some of those places, and sort of as I'm putting stuff together, Tam's putting these ideas out there, which has certainly been, it's made it very.
How much of that has not necessarily conflicted, but how much has just completely shifted your world building stuff in a completely different direction from what you thought?
There's been a lot of my stuff where he's just gone no.
Yeah, there's definitely been.
This is too hard. This is too hard. This is too hard. I can't do it. No,
I don't like it.
No.
But
that's
there's also
too high fantasy. I don't want the high fantasy. I want this.
Well, no. Because there's still plenty of high fantasy. Just in certain areas. So, like for example, when we were talking about like the Wayfarer.
Promethean, if you want to know how your different matriarchs are chosen in those things you're talking about the other night, I've got a great idea for you that he didn't use.
Okay, sure, shoot. Why not?
Because you didn't end up using it, did you?
Well, you'll need to remind me of what it was.
The leaders of guilds and how the next ones are chosen.
I hadn't dismissed, I just haven't got to that level of detail.
Okay. So I can't tell you yet.
Damn it. That's why I'm here, right? You get that, is so that I can steal the ideas that you discard.
How do we switch them off?
Are you
said your own world.
No, I'm not discarding it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was too high fantasy.
No, things change, things evolve.
There's like a whole high fantasy part of the world now. Jeez, come on.
Well, we've got a whole, because I mean, like the whole concept of the Wayfarer clans and the magic and how that's working. That was all essentially your idea.
I don't watch Twilight, Ash. Twilight bad.
No.
Sorry.
Who's Twilight? What?
It's not the worst.
She said Cullen. That's got to be Twilight. Twilight bad.
It is, but it's not the worst vampire literature to make.
Stalking is not romantic.
But no. Now I'm curious.
Hang on. You're talking about a supernatural creature that literally hunts people and drinks their blood. Right?
Stalking is not
but
romantic.
Look. To
Yeah.
be fair,
Your baseline is murder. It doesn't matter how acceptable the romance is within it. Right? You're talking about a morally evil creature that drains the blood of another living being for its own sustenance.
But this discussion that we're having right now, this is how it would be well built. I don't
Good.
like that. That's
I
like
don't
this.
That's not, it's touching me in my no place. I don't want to be.
I'm going to take my otters off because it's getting hot.
Yeah, no, fuck Twilight.
Oh, come on. You know the worst vampire literature I've ever read?
What was that? All
right, hang on. No, we've already established that we can swear. We're not how
You
clean
better
how
not be
clean
saying Charlene Harris.
How clean are we keeping the Meeples and Dragons channel? I need to know.
You better not be saying Charlene Harris.
No, it was fucking Anne Rice, right?
Oh, you know.
Yeah.
Specifically, Armand's book, and it was goddamn terrible, right? Anne Rice's other stuff, the Vampire Chronicles, amazing. She basically reinvented the genre, right? After Stoker. Incredible. But that one goddamn book was so difficult to get through.
I'm sorry, it got to a point where Lestat was going to be president. That's just...
When was the Armand? Is that the Armand one? Is it a newer one or an older one?
No,
it's one of the original kind of Chronicles set.
Because did I read that? I must have read that.
Yeah.
Because I read a bunch of them.
Then congratulations, because I literally could not make it the entire way through it.
I know I read a bunch of them. And I read the first one of her, the fucking witchy spirit series that she did.
She got sucked into trying to explain her world, right? That's how I saw those stories. And when we've talked about this stuff before, like talking about trying to explain why a thing exists in the way that you've created it, that's what it felt like reading through that stuff. Is she's made this world, and then she's trying to explain exactly how that thing works. Yeah. And it's like sometimes you need to leave a little bit of mystery there, because sometimes it doesn't always work necessarily. Yeah.
I mean, I'm a giant Star Wars nerd. Star Wars is a great example of that. There's the Force. It's the Force. Don't make it a measurable, quantifiable fucking thing. Just let
we have midichlorian
just oh no, you've only got half a tank of Force left. Shit. Right. But yeah, no, you're right. I think there is always a very good reason to leave some things alone, of which I'm terrible at with doing this world building. I think there are certain situations where I've got to just take a fucking step back.
I get the Ben John. I get the compulsion to want to be able to explain everything, though. Like, it's one of the things I'm terrified of is the players dropping something on you that you're entirely unprepared for, and it's almost like, if you haven't at least given it some thought, then you'll have no immediate kind of comeback to come back to that with.
But in saying that, like, some of the best stuff that I have come up with in my home campaign is where the guys have asked me a question. I'm like, I haven't thought about that, and I've pulled something out of my ass, and they've gone, "Oh, that's cool," and I've gone, "Yeah, man, cool. I thought about that ages ago," and in my head I'm going, "Nope, that was pure 100% out my bumhole." And it suddenly forms a core concept of an element of the game or element of the world or a place or something like that. It's just like, you know what? Sometimes you've just got to run with it. But I mean, in saying that, I am also the sort of person I like to kind of have some of that thought process there. Although I am also really good at writing down why something is the way it is, and then forgetting when I get asked and making something up, and going back and checking my notes and going, no, that's totally not what I had.
Now we've got a continuity issue on our hands. Oh no.
My code's branching. Oh no, I'm fucking.
Or when he comes up with an idea and his player goes, "I thought it was this," remembering something from 2 to 3 years ago, and you're like, "Tammy, fuck off."
Yeah. Cass, he's back there, Cass.
Just sowing chaos in chat there. I saw that. I love it. It's brilliant. Keep it up.
Oh my god. But yeah, no, it's nice to have those foundational pieces. Like, looking at the western part of the world that I've set up, like all those little towns. I'm not going to go through and write all of those little towns and make up all the stuff about them. They're places that are there. If there's something significant, I'll add it. But it'll only become a realization, anything real, if you guys even get vaguely close to it. But at least I have thematically what that part of the world is like.
Yeah.
So that
you've got a baseline to kind of base that on.
Yeah.
Go from there.
All of the people here sound like drunk Scotsmen or something like that. It's a vague idea which then can be sort of riffed off.
How does the Arctic cod sound like?
What is the what was it? It's my bad Swedish accent. What's it? So some context. So these arse clowns in my home campaign, they were up in this very sort of cold part of the Forgotten Realms, and one of them cast like speak to animals on an Arctic cod. So I then had to come up with an accent for an Arctic cod because it's only appropriate.
Right.
I'm not great with accents. So which I'll also apologise for in advance for anyone who watches this campaign when it's going.
It's true.
Challenge accepted.
Ask him to do a New Zealand accent now that he's been in Australia for so long.
Oh no.
What?
But yes, no. So I got what was some terrible sort of Swedish sort of.
It was worse than the chef on the Muppets.
But the thing is, though, and this is the great thing about creating your own world, Promethean, you can come up with an accent, and it can be the worst accent in the world, but that's
just the accent.
That's how they sound there, man. If it sounds
that's right.
A drunk Irishman who's also eating a Swede at the same time, then that's fucking boom, done.
Regional dialect. What are you going to do about it? You can't just tell me how it sounds. How they sound. The end.
Yeah, that's it. Boom. Although the worst part about that is then if you didn't have to come back to that accent,
remember it
later on. Yes, which again, these artists are very good at doing. Except it'll be like 2 years later, and I'll come back and I'll go, oh, that's not how that person sounded when you first did their voice. I'm just like
you don't know that. The human memory is awfully fallible.
No, we do.
We do. And I guess the advantage of being in our case, like with your streaming a campaign, you can at least go back and watch that stuff. If you've got an idea that maybe people are going back to a certain place, you can at least go back and check your own accent and go, oh yeah, okay, that's.
But we're absolute pricks to him, and we'll sit there and go, hey, you remember that guy we met at Candlekeep that was looking up stuff for his sick wife? How about we do a scry and see how he's going?
Why would you do that? That's so cruel.
Because we agreed to help him, and he gave us his handkerchief so we could scry on him.
I'm terrible at leaving these little threads all over the place that clerics. Heath, I'm not sure if Heath's in the chat or not, but Heath, I know that you're looking at playing a cleric, and just as a warning, if you've got like scrying or divination, especially scrying, the gods will get pissy, man. The gods will get mad. Don't scry. Don't scry too much.
When the party decides to do downtime for a month, and each of us puts in what we're doing for that month, and the cleric says, here's all the people I'm scrying on.
You remember that one NPC who that guard that you caught
we
and
had
attacking
a guard
the village?
And we chopped his finger off, and then we set him free and said, hey, you shouldn't go back to the bad army. You should become a good guy now. Here's your second chance. Because we cut off the ring that was controlling you, and it's now like 2 years later. So let's look up and see if he's still a good guy or if he went back to the bad army. And
Hamish, what was his name again? I'm like,
this all feels entirely upside down, right? Because like in my experience, normally it's the DM that brings stuff back from the past to mess up the players that they've completely forgotten about. This just seems all completely topsy-turvy.
Look, to be fair, I try and do that every now and then, but Tam, bless her cotton socks, has got a memory like a cast iron fucking trap. And so she remembers this stuff. to the point of I'll be like, oh, what was that one plot point that I mentioned like 3 years ago? Because I've forgotten half of it and I can't find it in my terribly organized notes. But, oh, well, on that day, you were wearing brown pants, and when you rolled a 19 on your favorite D20 dice and picked up the drink, you then said in this accent, I'm just like,
So there was like,
why you said I'm not sure because it made no fucking sense, but you said it.
In our last game, he said like one phrase, and I was like, "Oh, that's the second stone of the 3-stone prophecy we found underneath that castle back here."
which to be fair, I was absolutely fucking stoked about because I wanted someone to remember it. Like it was one of those really key, here's a really critical story element for this stuff. And I was like,
they were like, was it? And I pulled it up and it's like, blah, 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 blah. I read it out.
Oh, I'm so proud.
Yeah.
Cool. So now you have an entirely new world to forget about things in. That's going to be great fun for us. I can't wait.
Or mix the two worlds up and be like, oh, no, you can't go over there because that's where so-and-so lives. And you're like, who? I'm like, so-and-so who lives in that town. And like, no, wrong.
No, man.
Wrong fucking everything.
Yeah. No, man.
But yeah. It's fun. I think it'll be easier to remember stuff I've made up. And that's what I'm going to stick with.
Are you worried about the player combos on that score? Like what we end up introducing as part of backstory or just those conversations is going to be trickier to kind of keep hold of?
No, because I mean, there's going to be a bunch of stuff which I'll like I will be getting people to write stuff down. I'll be keeping fairly decent notes around that sort of thing. But
yeah, and you've already established that you're really good at checking your notes and using them to reference things in games. So that makes me really happy. Sure.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Shut up. Anyway, so moving on. No, it can be. I think that the hard thing with the home game is that. We've had a number of long breaks and stuff over the time. It's been going for 4 years. So literally some of these things are callbacks to 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And my notes are very disorganized. I'm being more organized with the way I'm doing notes with this.
He started compiling a spreadsheet of NPCs and he had to ask me the names of some of them.
Excellent.
But look, to be fair, I got to the point with that spreadsheet where I had 150 notable NPCs on
it. Yeah, it's Dunbar's number, right? There's only so many that you can actually be intimate with in your memory.
So it's over those long spans of time. I think it gets harder. And look, I'm hoping this is definitely a lengthy campaign as well. But I think running on a more consistent basis, it's easier to remember stuff.
Yeah.
When you don't have a game for 3 or 4 months, or people are swapping in and out because we've had people change and stuff in our home game too. Like that has quite a big impact on story elements.
Is there a balance to that? Do you reckon? Like between if you've got a kind of widely dispersed sessions, right?
Yeah.
Versus having regular sessions, is there not more things that you end up with out of the regular sessions that you potentially got to remember? Do you know what I mean?
I think. I mean, you're just going at a faster pace.
Okay.
So I think for me personally, things are still fresh in my head. Right, 2 weeks ago we did this, and Promethean's character was talking to this person and right. Okay, so I can still keep a lot of that stuff fresh in my head. But it's like a month ago, holy crap, what were we doing? I can't remember what I was doing, yesterday, sort of thing. So I think you do get a lot more happening, but it also depends on the flow of the campaign. And one of the things that I'm not sure if this is a good or a bad thing, I will often throw a lot of hooks out. Like there's lots and lots of different options. You've come to a town, there's 5 different people you might be able to talk to here that could lead to 5 different things. Everyone's also got their own backstories, and there's also probably a more overarching sort of story that's going on at the same time. And the scrying is a perfect example of that, because it's if players are wanting to look and see what's going on with that other stuff. Like I was keeping a timeline of this is where the players are.
And the hook's there for a reason, right?
Yeah.
The hook's there and is connected to something else, another chain of events that's going on.
And I like to have a world that feels real, so that if Jimmy comes up to you and goes, "Oh, hey, I need to, come and help save my crops," and you guys go, "Look, I'm sorry, but we're going to go and get a beer instead."
Then his crops die.
Yeah. Then if you guys come back in 6 months' time, I want you to find Jimmy in the corner of the inn, who's now a lush and and whatever it is, or if they scry back, he's crying in his farmhouse, so that the world feels like it keeps on moving regardless of what you guys
stole his mama's jewelry and he has nothing left to his name.
Yeah. And but
at the same time, it's led to especially a certain number of the group being very sort of network oriented. So we actually coordinate with other groups to do things that we don't do. So while we're doing things on the Moonshay Isle, we have another group of people we know that are helping to do some stuff on the mainland. Or my character creating a whole fucking town full of orphaned children and outcasted shapeshifters and stuff like that, and making her own community.
So we almost end up with me running NPC adventuring groups and trying to remember what they're doing, while the primary adventuring, this is where we should stream it. I should actually just get players to play those other groups.
But it also means that that's why a lot of us have knowledge of those connections we've made, because we are doing those different networking things as characters during downtimes or travel time and that sort of thing as well, so that we can coordinate to face different threats.
Hey, I just want to quickly...
That's a good segue. Oh, go.
No, I was just going to very quickly say there's 16 people who are listening to this absolute rambling bollocks. Thank you very much to everyone who's actually come along tonight. I was going to be pretty stoked if we got about 5 people listening. So, there's not huge amounts of activity in the chat and stuff, but thank you to people who have come and are listening. That's nice. Yay. Please come back.
And just for Cass's benefit, the reason why we had to cut his finger off is he was actually being controlled through a ring that was made by a necromancer. And the ring could not be removed without removing the finger.
Actually, no, he wasn't.
Shh. That's what we believed at the time.
Look, any excuse for brutality.
No, actually, my character is not that brutal, except when she shoots lightning through people's eyeballs or assholes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Where was it going earlier? So, no, I've lost it. There was a point I was going to bring up and make.
Networking as characters?
Sure.
No, well, that's
sure
what
it
we were
must have
talking
been
about, that we have different characters that sort of network during downtime and...
Yeah, downtime, that was it. So, all right, so in this world, what and in this campaign, I guess, what does downtime look like? So as we kind of have the actual sessions and play through, are they going to be literally back to back, moment to moment, or do you think there will be kind of moments of, proper downtime where stuff happens, off stream, out of game, outside of that?
Being a player in your other game?
Well, it depends. Maybe a little bit. I think the biggest difference. So yes, a lot of it is going to depend on how things play out. To be really honest, I think downtime's really important. Having, whether it's a few days or a few weeks, maybe even a few months, but it depends on what's happening in the world and what you guys are wanting to do. So, for example, in our home campaign, there is quite a comparatively, there are things going on that the party kind of sort of can't go, we're just going to kick back for a year and take up knitting. Because the implications of that are there's a whole bunch of stuff which might happen they don't
The
want.
implications are knitting is cool, obviously.
Yeah.
Knitting is cool.
Knitting is cool.
But there has also been times between the more time-pressing events where we as a group have said, right, we're going to be spending 3 weeks in this town.
Yeah.
And this is what we're doing during those 3 weeks.
And I really dig that kind of thing because it helps you embed yourself in the world. All right, I'm going to spend 3 weeks, building a network, or doing, going and talking to, Jim the butcher and learning more butchery skills, or, elements which fill out the character. I might, I want to go and, befriend the local hunters guild and do and things like that. So I'm big on that kind of thing. But I also take a lot of cues from the players. Like if as a group you guys are like, what, really, we just want to kind of keep plowing on ahead. Sweet, awesome, we'll plow on ahead. But if the feeling is, we want to stop and have that downtime, absolutely. The world will continue rolling on. There will be, implications to the choices that are made depending on what else is happening in the world. But yeah, does that answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
And look, Ash, absolutely, man. Yeah. Well, are they might, yeah.
But like, for example, we had...
oh, Jesus, Chris. Just pump the brakes, buddy. Bloody hell.
During some of the downtimes, my character has done research on planar travel. During another downtime, actually undergone practical learning of how to make certain potions. But of course, that takes time. So only one potion at a time and that sort of thing as well. So my character knows how to make healing potions fine, so on cold resistant potions, not really experienced at anything else because she's got to spend downtime learning those skills.
Yeah, and like the researching stuff, like that's a great one for, you get like Tim was saying, like looking into the planar stuff, that arcana or history roll, which comes into account later on when someone's like, do I recall anything from these books? It's just like, but beforehand, it might have been a DC 25. I was like, sure, absolutely. Maybe you've read some book in your dim dark history that referenced it, but now, no, sweet, you did a whole bunch of research.
You've got an established thing.
Yeah, it's there's still a chance that you won't remember, but the DC will be dramatically different, and there'll be even some situations where you're like, you know what, that's so sort of core knowledge that absolutely, you
know the thing now after
like my
experiences and information and time, you know the thing. Yeah.
Or the role becomes a case of not whether you know it or not, how much of it you know.
Yeah.
You make the DC is say a 15, you roll a 10. You remember the core details that going to the plane of fire is super hot, and generally you need some form of resistance. And there's things that might try and eat you. That roll of 25 is that you have to have the heat resistance, the capability of brass. These are the types of things that live.
It becomes about the application of the knowledge that you already have, right? And
it's that sort of sliding scale of where does your knowledge sit on the base on that based on that role. And
I think a good example of that is like my divine sorcerer is a follower of Saloon, and of course her twin is Shah, and her twin created the Shadowfell. So when my character is a follower of Saloon and also researches planar travel, and someone says, "Hey, what do you know about the Shadowfell?" Of course, she's going to know something.
Bit, at least something, right?
Yeah.
Spot on.
But how much do I know from my research?
Yeah. Which gives us another beautiful segue. So we're looking at this world. It's very above land centric, right?
Yep.
So
no.
is there a version of this world that exists subterraneously, and is there extra planar versions of this world that, without going into spoiler territory, that the general populace and the characters are likely to know about?
So the underneath is a conversation between you and I, and quite possibly a conversation between myself and Heath, because Heath is looking at
Yes.
like a deep gnome. So of course, both of you guys sort of reside down, underground.
Which inclines me to change one very specific point of my backstory, but we'll talk about that when we have our talk about character stuff for sure. Yeah.
But no, definitely there will be an Underdark. I kind of, again, because I'm a giant fuck off nerd, I kind of don't want to call it Underdark.
Mm.
But in saying that, I don't know if that's just going too far. So I don't know. It's like if I or someone else comes up with an even cooler idea, I'm all in for calling it something else. In regards to the planes will actually play a comparatively large part of this world. One of the elements of it, which will probably be comparatively common knowledge, and if it's not, then just forget that I ever said this, was that there was this sort of cataclysmic event that I had mentioned before, and one of the elements of that was magic was wildly influenced across the entire world. There were massive surges in some places, and some places that it waned completely. But as an element of that, there was also a tearing between the prime-material plane and other planes of existence. Some of those were temporary tears, so things will have come through from like the elemental planes or from the abyss or all.
And so tear as in like a bleeding of one into the other, vice versa, as opposed to a separation where they might otherwise be naturally connected, right?
However, some of those tears have actually stayed in place. So, and this is a beautiful segue to move past the Velvar forest, which I am definitely going to rename.
No, keep it. Keep it, you coward.
And now I just need to think of some kind of vagina-shaped monster or vulva-shaped monster.
Yeah, but you see, you've got vulva, and then you've got the gleaming tips of the
the glistening range, and just north is the dripping forest, and that's like, I mean, anyway,
I'm not entirely sure that's how any of those things work. But okay, okay.
So move into safer territory. So, for example, up here I've got a very large forest called Feyfair, which is actually where a significant tear through to the Feywild happened. This whole region is basically controlled by the Fey now. I'm still sort of working out the details. I haven't delved too much into this yet, but it's a part of the world where people can go to interact with the Fae, because they're powerful magical creatures. Sometimes you can make deals with the Fae which are beneficial, but there's always a price for that sort of thing. So it's that trade-off. But also I've got up here Wildport, which is actually going to be like, originally it was just a normal city, but it's actually going to be a city basically inhabited by both the Fae and sort of the regular folk. This strange sort of melding of these two very different cultures. And so
cool.
Not many people, it's probably a part of the world not a whole lot of people will go towards, because I'm very big, and this is not locked in stone, because it will also depend on how other players potentially looked. Because I am quite keen on the idea, but anyway, I always like the idea of the more traditional concept of Fae, and like we're Fae and we're gonna have fun and
sparkly pixies.
and have fun.
No, they're pixies that eat your eyes.
We're talking. This is the immoral Fae, which are like, hey man, come to our dance party. This is going to be amazing. We're going to dance for the next 20 years, and you're actually not going to stop. And it doesn't worry about us because we're Fae, but you're going to dance until your legs are bloody stumps, because we just think it's fun and hilarious. So that much more traditional kind of like Grimm's fairy tales, dark, the Black Forest in Germany.
Yeah, which the game itself does try and lean into and like the wording of the way that they view human morality.
Yeah.
Right? That's where that comes from. Right? But yeah, the way that Fae are often played out is very, very different to that. But it gives you a chance to do it in a bunch of different ways. So yeah, that'll be super fun. I dig that.
And look, people who are into the more sort of fun, happy, skippy Fae, like that's totally cool. Like that it's one of the things I love about it.
Not all Fae are going to be evil.
No, but there's just a very different moral code, and it might be that for one Fae, it's really funny to steal everyone's hats, and that's great. And
love it.
Like
Absolutely love that. That is amazing. Yeah.
But another one, they think it's just as funny stealing everyone's left eyeball, and it's for both of them.
And it's no different.
No, exactly, and that's just it. There is zero difference. But the two of them are going, look at this nice beret, and this is what's like, look at this nice blue eye, and they're both like, this is amazing. But also there's the elements of when you start looking at the Fae courts, the very sort of almost that sort of the court intrigue that can be woven into that. Except, when you go to a more traditional court, oh no, you've offended, Sir Percival, and he's going to, slap you in the face with his leather glove. Where this is
never reputationally recover from this.
Yes, where this one's more, no, we just steal your soul, or we eat your face, or it's a much higher stakes. But in saying that, there could also be a much more significant payoff. And there are elements of how the Fae work in this world which make them really quite powerful in comparison to a lot of the people in the world, especially relating to how they use and influence magic. Again, magic is sort of a thing that's got quite a big theme that's going to run through a lot of this. It's kind of built into Fae stuff in general, right? Their magic is always a little twisted. It is, but for this, it's still going to have that sort of twisted sense to it. But there's some, again, hashtag spoilers, which there are other elements which are going to be quite big. I had an incredibly dark idea which I moved away from because it's the sort of thing. Oh, do tell. But no, because I can't, because it'll spoil
I said
stuff.
I said I said that not cool.
It's the sort of thing. Yeah, no, it was.
Send me the idea, and I love dark ideas. I love.
It's beyond. It's I'll tell you off stream, but no.
Okay.
You won't want to use it either.
It is something which for a would never ever do for a stream.
Now I need to know. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But one of the things that's not locked in stone that I would like to see with Fae, and we'll see whether or not it comes in, which depends on Mr. Martin, is I really like the idea that Fae can't lie. So they have to be careful with how they talk. But also you can make a bargain with a Fae and they have to stick to that bargain, but you better be careful how you word it.
Oh, absolutely. Like definitively yes to both of those. Yes. Yeah. No. And again, that's almost more of that traditionally kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, execution of it though is difficult, right? Because you've got to think about everything, and if you're doing it in game, you've got to do it quickly. Which
it is, and sometimes it can be also a perception thing. I'm going to think that they haven't lied. A player might think that they have. It can be something that can be quite difficult to navigate at times.
And then you've always got, if they're living in Wildport and so it's an amalgamated culture, do they then learn over time the capacity to lie?
Yeah. Yep. Or is it just so wound into their nature that's what's preventing them from doing it? Yeah. Which then you need to look into the mechanics of, well, what's preventing them from lying in the first place, right? Like what is it that makes the Fae unable to lie from the outset? And is that something that can be, altered by
and it could
experience?
Be that the connection with the tear and the sort of merge means that they can't lie, but of course has impacted how they can use magic. Going up to Wildport, they're removed from that tear, so over time they can lie, but they then have the same magic problems that everyone else has.
Yeah, I dig that. And so on the topic of Fae in general, then you got any hags? How you doing for hags?
Dude,
Got
Yes.
seriously,
Yes!
if you do not already have, you need to get your hands on the Kobold Press monster box because they've got
I'll look up some hags.
they've got even more hags in them. They've
By the
also
way,
got a
these
bunch of
books are
more
available.
hags, you say? Fucking
These books
Love
are
me a good
available in
hag.
the Meeples and Dragons store.
Oh,
I seriously, I cannot recommend them
yeah, okay.
enough. So there's a Tomb of Beasts, 1 of 2. Tome of Beasts 1 and 2.
Not two.
Tome of Beasts 1 and 2. There is also a Creature Codex. And I may have also backed the Tome of Beasts Volume 3, which I should get a PDF of soon. But there's probably like an extra 100 Fae in these, all 3 of these books combined.
Ooh.
There's probably another like 20 odd hags. Like I could run this entire campaign out of these 3 books and not even touch
Awesome.
the traditional monsters.
And I'm looking forward to that aspect. Like as a player, I'm looking forward to that aspect of it too. Is just new creatures that are kind of outside of the basic set of stuff that you tend to get brought into campaigns, especially in the early stages and stuff too.
And so
that'll be fun.
And that's why I've also moved away from the whole I didn't want the early campaign of fighting goblins and kobolds and here's some orcs. I wanted, and I still haven't locked down what the hell it's all going to look like, but I wanted it to be different things, which actually is how I ended up with.
So here's just 2 of them. Oh, I can't do it on my screen
No, you
properly.
can't.
Gosh darn. So it's like a blood hag and a Miera hag.
They're very
You can do it on
cool.
your screen.
I don't know.
Oh.
If it's much.
I'm in love already. Which one's that in? I need it. I'm buying
so this is the original Tome of Beasts.
Noted.
And that's just 2
Miera
of the
hag.
hags. And then they've got like drowned maidens and stuff like that, which can fit as hags, but just don't have the title hag.
There is so much stuff that is cool in these. But what I was going to say is down here in the southwest, because it's not really hidden. This is quite well known in regards to the world history. You'll see Waspwood in a place called Hastathwas, which is and it was quite interesting because when on your stream was it last night? Your stream was last night, Promethean?
No, Wednesday night.
Wednesday night? I don't know. Days don't mean anything.
Was yeah. Wednesday sounds about right.
Wednesday nights.
Tam called out, he's doing insects as well.
Yeah.
In one of those books, there is a race called the Tosculi,
Okay.
which are a race of almost like intelligent wasp folk, who very much like wasp basically migrate places and then proceed to just take everything over. And that is one of the predominant and, like I said, well-known threats on the southern part of Peldorne, is that there is this very, very large colony, which is currently had a couple of cracks already at trying to sort of invade certain areas of the world. It's trying to go north. Currently, it is there may be some other things that lurk in the Giant Hammer Mountains, of which they have.
It is a large mountain range. You would expect that many, many things could potentially lurk in there.
Just
right?
not dragons.
And that's just not dragons.
Except for dragons. Yeah.
And so this was another sort of part of the world. I wanted something, I didn't want orc hordes, or I wanted something different. And I really like the idea of this highly intelligent wasp-like race, which is literally just we just want to take over the land. We're just expansionist.
You are going to be absolutely dragged over the coals by our insectoid-loving friends, but your world. Do what you want. Do what you want.
Possibly. Look, I'm happy to have conversations with people. But yeah, so, and I must admit...
Do we have insectoid-loving friends other than Chris?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I mean, do we really care about Chris, though?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I must admit, Waspwood is another name that I'm quite proud of, too.
It's good. Anything like alliterative stuff in general, it makes me happy on the inside every time.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how overdone it is, how corny, how obvious. It just makes me happy on the inside when alliteration is involved.
Down south, I must admit, down south here, through Winter's Gate into Icecombe, this is all a part of the world I haven't thought a whole lot about. It's something I'm probably going to look at filling out over maybe some of the next few world building sessions and stuff. I don't know if there are people who live down here. I don't know. I don't know. That's something I'm going to have to figure out.
It's a cold place,
cold
right?
enough that it
cold stuff happens.
Normal refrigeration for a body organ farm.
Yeah, that's where
that's
where we as players are setting up our home base in Iceland. Immediately. Yeah, done.
Yeah.
The other part of the world which I haven't really figured out yet is this whole sort of eastern section. Well, there's two parts. This is one. There's this eastern section.
That's because you keep getting distracted by Vulva Forest.
I do. I get.
It's too hard to pay attention to what's over there.
Maybe should I change it to the Vulva Woods? Is that too on the nose?
I just need to point out. You didn't even say vulva. Then you just went straight with vulva.
No, I know. Look, you just got to fucking lean into it at this stage.
It's there in your brain now. That's the thing.
Fuck you, Timmy. So the only things I've kind of thought about on this side are the Gleaming Mountains. I want it to be very rich with for mining, but predominantly with gold or silver or gems or something. So this is a very wealthy part of the world, which is also kind of why the trade from down in Lutra went eastward, because Cantwell feeds into it too. So this is where a lot of trade, a lot of wealth and associated things would lie. But I don't really know what that culture or what those people who live there, how that operates.
Can we have the horse ranch at Canterwell? Because you Canterwell but trot poorly.
Fuck.
Wow, I cannot believe you. That's no. All right, so wealth does it does a couple of things, right? It allows you to be opulent, and it corrupts you completely to the point where you take advantage of other people to get more wealth. Yeah, there you go. There's your core things for what the culture looks like.
Interesting. Yeah, but is that
unless they're beneficial millionaires?
No, fuck that. Because so one thought I had, I like that. One thought I had was that Forge Stone is essentially sort of the mining city, and again, I wanted to move. I was like, what? Who lives there? Oh, it could be dwarves. No, fuck that. I don't want dwarves doing the mining because that's
stereotypical.
That's too on the nose. I was thinking about coming up with a different idea. I'd actually one stage thought maybe there's a large
giant badgers.
Giant badgers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vulva. I don't know. That could be dangerous, couldn't it?
Just what about just
no, because they're not
large army of.
Oh my god, this could be the Beaver River. No, god damn it. God fucking curse you to hell.
I'm so sorry.
Maybe
Look, you've either got to rename that goddamn forest or just figure out a way to deal with it as soon as possible. We're not moving away from this anytime soon.
Hold on. This is
This is why he hates me as a player.
So this is a world building
stuff that I do.
No, it's brilliant.
This is a world building stream. Let's lean into this. Look, we can edit this stuff. We'll call this the
Vulva.
Oh my god, I cannot believe you're renaming it. You absolute coward. Yeah, okay. Sure.
Now hold on. If we can just using those Hold on. So we can just go.
Oh, we're doing the acronym thing.
The fuck you tell words.
The for you tell?
Promethean, I have to rename these. I cannot keep it at that name. Not after this debacle.
Not when it's near the glistening peaks.
No,
I
the gleaming mountains.
100% understand. Which means what you need to do is you need to look up vulva in every other language.
Oh, okay, I can do that. I did look
And
up
then
the Ashley,
riff off
Mary
that.
Kate and Ashley Olsen stuff in the background, by the way, to find out that they did a whole heap of videos, The Adventures of Mary Kate and Ashley.
Okay, that's slightly terrifying.
It's the Yoni Wood. All right. I need to remove myself from the situation momentarily. I will return in several minutes.
Did we want to have maybe a quick break or something?
So,
Sure.
but just unfortunately, looks like 80% of languages just use the word vulva.
Yeah, no, this is an unmitigated disaster at this point in time.
All right, hang on. Now, let me put my backyard etymologist hat on real quick, because I have one of those. It's sitting right up there in the hat
Oh my
box, right? Where does the word come from? Some stupid Latin asshole.
You could call it the hardwood forest.
I love it. That is exactly what it. No, you just patriarching the shit out of it. Then
You're just swapping it.
Fair call. Fair
You're
call.
just swapping it.
Fair call.
Just seriously, just call it the vulva forest. Blanche.
All right, no, let's just put Belvar back.
Yeah.
Oh, so would you like to know?
Shit. No.
Would you like to do some word nerdery with Promethean right now? Wait, no, that's the wrong bit.
Oh, hang on, I like this. The labia forest or the flapping trees.
That doesn't solve the problem with the situation. It remains a distraction.
No. Mingewood.
So the root word, right?
John and Sarah, I'm so sorry. I can see Sarah, she's wetting herself. It's great.
The root word, right, of vulva means to turn or revolve, and so there's a bunch of words related to that you could potentially riff off, which still give us that nice little recollection of the fun and joy that we've had with it, right?
The flipping forest.
No, I wasn't saying fuck off to you. I was saying because I keep on fucking clicking on the wrong place.
What is volute?
Oh my god, Megan Thicket. Oh my god.
Are you okay, Sarah? Not twice if you're okay. Yep, you're all good. Okay.
Go with volution.
Volution.
Yep. You take the vulva directly out of the situation, but you keep the core of what the word's from, and it's a cool word.
Yeah, look, I'm down. I'm down with that. I'm down with that. And it'll be a nice inside joke for people when.
Correct.
Now I just need to invest some time in finding the appropriate monsters that live inside this wood.
Beavers. Giant beavers.
Awesome.
No, there are a few monsters in these books that are beside me, which I feel could potentially be quite appropriate.
Excellent.
I do want to stop for. Oh my God, Sarah! Just for the love of God, Sarah, are you okay? The glass
fine.
is off. She's wiping the eye.
No, we're going to take a break now. You've got to figure out how to do the be right back situation.
Can
Pull
you
it
be right
together.
back?
Come
We're going to be
on.
right back because I need to get a
Because
drink.
Ash broke me with Minge Forest.
Yeah, the Minge Forest. Ash, well played. For that, you're going to get a free sub to this channel, which we don't actually have and I can't give away, but it's it's a
Have
token.
enough people.
I can't talk about how much I want to explore this forest without seeming like the creepy guy. It's unfair.
Funnily enough, I had I had a whole idea what would be there, but I need to probably give this a few weeks / months so that we've moved past this, and no matter what I suggest is in there, everyone doesn't just go minge, and I'll just go. So we're going to take a break. Sarah, if you're going to do the break thing now, we'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes, and please pretend that conversation never happened.
Hi.
Hi. I hope you went and got a nice hot cup of tea. I should have made a nice hot cup of tea.
That
God
would have
damn
been a
it.
brilliant idea.
We're going to go on another break. No, I'm kidding. We're not. That's all good. I got water.
Instead, I've been reading through chat, and now I'm broken from the references, the suggestions. But no, we're going to move on from that. We're not talking about that anymore.
This was. Look, it's a tender moment that will be shared amongst the people who were here at the very genesis of this whole campaign.
That's right.
That's right.
We'll just,
The genesis.
The genesis of the whole campaign.
The campaign. I'm so sorry. No, that's it. I'm done. It's done. Moving on.
So whilst we were away, we did ask for questions from the studio audience, which you guys know because you're the fucking studio audience anyway. So what the fuck am I talking about? Just because, again, I'm making up a whole lot of this on the fly because I've never done anything like this. And Chris actually asked, or D20 asked a really good one. Hold on, where was it? What is the basic feel about adventurers in this world, heroes or villains? From a world point of view, I'm trying to make it where good and evil is not necessarily black or white. Like there's definitely going to be places. So for example, like down around Waspwood, around here, like this is very much a force that is here and is trying to do bad things. Like that's probably one of the most clear cut kind of bad places that I've at least come up with so far. But for the most part, I actually want the world to be quite sort of morally grey. And I think that then plays into our heroes a little bit. Our again, heroes.
Heroes.
Like they're going to be, so for example, like looking at the Rivenlands, there are 5 duchies there, of which there are loose alliances through a couple of them. So for example, down the south here, the duchies in this part of the world do tend to band together a little bit more because of the fact that you've got the Tosculi down here who have actually tried to push north in the past. And so just out of almost necessity more than anything else, they've banded together. Further north, we've had Kingsvale and Alamar. There is a lot of conflict between them due to the events that actually broke up the whole the empire in the first place, or the kingdom in the first place, because essentially the Duchy of Alamar actually betrayed Kingsvale quite a dramatic fashion. So there's constantly sort of butting of heads there. So depending on what the players actually end up doing, who's right, who's wrong? Is there going to be some kind of quest which requires them to help out Kingsvale to do something against Alamar? Is it good? Is it bad? What are they doing? So I want to make it so that it's not always super clear cut for the players.
Yeah. I love the idea of that kind of regional tension idea because it means that we as players then get choices and it can go in a bunch of different directions based on what choices we make, right?
And that's just it. And so I've got the Rendarian Empire, and as soon as I named it, I was like, oh man, let's start playing the Imperial March, and Darth Vader's going to live up there and all that sort of stuff. But I don't like it. It's an empire in the respect that it has, like the Rivenlands a long time ago, it was made up of a variety of smaller nations and the like, which is all through both violence and negotiation being brought into this empire. But this empire has also been around for like about 800 years. Like this is a well-established empire that is ruled fairly sort of or in a very sort of authoritative fashion, but it's not necessarily evil. It's not oppressive. There's not people in squalor and fucking stormtroopers walking down the street and all of that kind of stuff. But it's a lot more structured. They're more controlling certain elements of society. But again, it's not necessarily people being dragged off and killed in dark alleyways and stuff like that. It's just a different way of ruling.
800 years. That's a lot of bureaucracy, right? It's ripe for the fall.
Yeah. And it's like, I didn't want it to be, mustache twirling kind of, I'm the big bad guy. It's and another element of it is that the family that's in power there has been in power for, like the empire's existed for 800 years. That family's been in power for about the last 500. So it's a very long, well-established setup that they've got, which potentially does set it up for some interesting sort of destabilization. And there are definitely other things going on, which I can't talk about, that will play into, what's going on with the party and what's going on with the world in general. Just like across other elements of Peldorne, there's going to be various conflicts and things which are happening.
It's fun to think about world building wise, though, right? Like, so one of my kind of touchstones, I guess, is so you take that amount of time, right? So 500 to 800 years worth of history. How is it that group of people remember that history?
Yeah.
Right. And if they're not, if they don't have a clear goal and a clear memory of the reason that things are the way they are, do they then repeat mistakes of the past? And do you get that kind of cycle that tends to happen when we forget stuff?
And it was like Tam was saying before, like it's a sort of almost industrial sort of elements to the very northern regions. You've got this giant, the Arathan mountain range, which essentially cuts the north of it in half. There's only two places to actually really be able to pass through that. One's down here through the Netherway, which is actually essentially a passage, like a corridor under the mountains. And
we're back talking about genitalia. Great.
Which is interesting. So I asked Hannah about that. I'm like, is this going to trigger things?
And my reaction was no. It's just subterranean.
It is a good name. I dig it. The Netherway. I like that.
But the element there that I was actually going to look at is that this city here, so Barazaranon, is actually predominantly drow. But it's not your nefarious drow, because I'm doing away with all of that. It is more of a subterranean city, and they've set it up as a sort of a connection point through there. Quite possibly charging quite exorbitant rates for people to transport goods through.
It's a strategic kind of trading route,
exactly.
From one region to another,
Because then it's got to skirt across the edges of this jungle, which has a number of issues in itself. And you've got like a lone city on the coast here, which then provides potentially shipping down the coastlines and stuff like that. So it opens up a small tradeway, but you then, the only other way through is this pass here, which is yet unnamed. And even then to the south here is all just desert. Now the Fractured Isles actually does connect to the next continent. And it's something I still need to figure out. But basically, you've got these two pathways through south. So it does make that whole empire comparatively sort of self-contained.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to move north, trying to invade, like if they decided to be expansionist, and they have tried in the past. There are some historical events in the past. For example, the Rendarian Empire has tried to come down here and take Shardfall after recognizing the artifices and the stuff that they've built. It was a complete and total failure for a variety of elements. But, beyond that, unless you're going to build a massive navy, where else can you sort of go to invade or to try and claim more land? So it is comparatively self-contained in that respect at this point in time. I've got ideas for down here.
That's cool. So one of the next questions then, so is this going to be a Game of Thrones like intrigue? And so based on that same conversation, the potential's there for stuff like that to happen, but
certain areas.
Look, I really dig that kind of stuff. It can be hard to run as a DM sometimes. I really enjoy that kind of stuff, but again, a lot of it is going to be advised by you guys as players. Like if you, as a group, if you really get into the sort of the core espionage and the counterplays in that space, I will definitively lean into it. If it's
who run the world? Us.
Yeah.
Who run us? That kind of stuff. Yeah.
If not
as level 1 characters,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, easy. Piece of cake.
So a lot of what I do will be informed by where you guys, and it's the same thing with the heroes and villains. Like this is predominantly a heroic campaign. Like we're not going to with a bunch of evil characters trying to take over the world. It essentially is people with good intentions, but sometimes people with the best intentions make wrong decisions or join the wrong side without realizing it. There's a variety.
Or deceived.
Yeah.
All those things.
So there's all sorts of things which can happen there, and like I said a few times now, and I do want to have that sort of that morally grey space where it's like, what you guys do.
You don't always know what the right decision is. You just know what feels right at the time, kind of stuff.
And then the cool thing is, then you do that, and the implications then ripple out through the rest of the campaign. We decided to do that, and it means that this person has now lived or escaped or moved into a position of power to then create their own undead army, or whatever it might be.
The butterfly effect.
Yeah. And to riff off that, which is why I also haven't, I haven't come up with big, this is where I want the campaign to end with you confronting, George the Lich and blah, 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 blah. It's like, I still need to get everyone's backstories and understand what that all looks like. But I also want to provide a framework for you guys to explore in those early levels and sort of see where you go. And there's going to be, like Tam said before, with how I run it at home, there's all these other events that are going to be going on. The world's going to keep doing what the world's doing. And where you end up is going to define what the campaign looks like for you guys. I want to try and give you as much space to create your story. I want to get, here's your world, make your story. Are you guys going to try and go and take over the fucking Rendarian Empire? Are you going to go and reform the kingdoms, the Riverlands? Are you going to just all fuck off down to Icingholm and hunt Arctic cod and make me speak in a stupid accent? I don't know.
Chill out. Yeah.
No,
it's cool. So with that then, so do you have? So you've got to have God. I say gotta. I assume there will be at least some kind of major story arc points that you have in mind to take place throughout the campaign, right?
I've got a couple of ideas that are sort of on the bubble from certain backstories that people have given me and from some ideas. There's certain things from the history of the world, events that will be happening sort of whilst you guys are in the world, which could certainly play a big part in that. There might be historical events that are happening that you guys want to insert yourself into. The Valvar Woods is quite political, so you might want to insert yourself in there and see what happens. And then just progress things. I couldn't help myself, sorry. But that's and then but also get more people's backstories. It'll help advise some of that stuff. So I've had the most conversations with John. I've got a number of ideas in his space. And depending on what everybody else's characters look like, will there be ideas that will mesh? Will we find out that Heath's character is actually John's character is missing long lost twin brother, or there might be things that mesh together. There might be things that don't. It might be quite disparate. It might be a case of it's almost like a book of short stories where you address each of these sort of smaller novels or novellas. Yeah, novellas. Yeah. versus a giant epic thing. Or then there could be a giant epic thing at the end. Again, I want to sort of follow that path that's set by you guys, but there is definitively things happening in the world.
Yeah. And so is like, no, well, I'll ignore that because we've got a couple of other questions that we'll probably want to run through, right? So we'll break ashes into two then, right? So are there artifacts to be found that were left by the gods in an age long past? So, you know, standard kind of ancient magical artifacts of incredible
spoilers?
power.
Hashtag, I think.
Well, add to that then that are known to the world.
So what I can say about that would be, so as I think, as I sort of alluded to before, there is definitely something happening with magic in the world. It is definitely something where there's less than there used to be, and that impacts on different parts of the world in different ways. So, like for example, like the Wayfarer clan.
What kind of time frame in terms of the used to be are we talking?
We're talking like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, but it is noticeable in certain spots. And some of this is a little bit of meta knowledge here for you guys to do or do not with. You can only try, whatever the fuck. So, for example, when you look at the Wayfarer clans, they have operated and still operate the way they always have. They're a highly magical clan. The youth learn, simple magic at a very early age, and it is an inherent part of their lifestyle. There are other elements within the world which that won't be the case so much, or it could even be quite the polar opposite. In regards to artifacts and stuff, look, I mean, like I come from first edition where fucking magic items out the wazoo. I love me a good magic item. I'm not scared of making my players powerful, because that just means it gives me more cool stuff to throw at them. And I like when players can feel powerful. I think it's cool. I like giving out magic items. One of the things that I did with the home game was that when the guys hit a certain level, their first sort of significant magic item they got was a bunch of stuff very tailored to each character. And for Tams, even though at that stage I hadn't really thought through it a lot, that actually evolved into something different, which also became quite a significant story element. So I like having those sorts of things. So there could be
#Spelljammer.
Yeah, there could be awesome, like legendary items, and I will, as a small sort of hint or something. I don't know. I feel like I'm just fucking Kobold Press. I should be wearing a Kobold Press t-shirt. They released a book called Tome of was it Tome of Magic? It's a magic item book. I don't know. It's a magic item one, which has got
the one time you got tome right, and it's actually codex.
So you know how you have legendary magic items? They introduced a step beyond that. I think they called them just artifacts.
Well, and I think artifacts are kind of in the equation as that, like God touched version of stuff.
And whether it's God touched or whether it's not. Again, #spoilers. I like playing with things like
it's Vault of Magic.
Vault of Magic. There you go. I like playing with items that evolve and change, like the idea a bit like the vestiges of fucking whatever from Critical Role.
So it's not like you just get a thing and it's that forever. The actual properties change over time,
and there could be quest elements to that, like you've got the broken sword of Jimbo, and you've got to go and reforge it, and then you've got to find a new magical stone for the pommel, and each of those things might infuse it with something different, and there's still going to be your standard magic items and things like that. As a DM, I'm always super conscious of being fair with magic items. Like I don't want, like if John's character gets something super cool. Thank you, Cass. Vestiges of Divergence. if John's character gets something really cool, I want everyone to have something cool, which can make it hard at times. And some groups are really cool with knowing that everyone's going to get their opportunity to have their
At a point in time, right? Yeah. And for the record, as a player, I'll hang absolutely on, because there's a couple of ways to do it, right? You can do that where the group gets stuff dribbled out. Yep. And who gets it kind of gets shuffled around depending on how it plays out, or the conversations that the characters actually have. It's like, oh, I could use this thing really well. Or you can just dump a bunch of stuff on everyone all at once, but then it's like this massive influx of power.
Yeah.
Which, I like the dribble effect, I think, better than everyone getting a thing all at the same time.
And like when I did do the thing every time, like it's I try and do it to like address small gaps that maybe the character has expressed. So for example, like with the Warlock, they got something which let them cast an extra 2 spells a day. But it was like it was items, it was spells that the item had that were really flavored towards their character.
Yeah.
With Tan's character at that point in time, that item let her do more healing because she was playing essentially was kind of got forced into being the healer for the group. The archer, like the ranger, they got, a very specific, they went around and I did that, but I gave
like a plus 6,947 bow of shooting or whatever.
No, yeah. I gave them a quiver. It was essentially a quiver of endless arrows, but I called it something which was quite cool. I think it was quite cool. But every morning, like at dawn, they could change the damage type that it did from like fire, cold. It was never force, because force was too powerful.
It was fire. 4 seasons.
Yeah, it was fire, cold, necrotic, and radiant. And so every dawn they could say, right, everything that gets drawn from this quiver now does radiant damage. And so it meant that they had to make a choice in the morning. And if they picked the wrong thing and they went and fought something that was resistant to radiant, they'd be like, well, fuck your bone.
Which has happened.
Tink. Yeah. No,
but,
cool.
But it's also trying to flavor things. Now, I think, if I remember correct, and the one thing I want in our party is I want someone who uses who's got a decent strength, because there are so many cool weapon-based magic items which require strength, which I never get to give out because my current party, no one's got fucking strength. Fucking terrible. So there's cool swords and axes.
I would just like to say that during the game, he never complains about that. He complains about the fact that my character has like a +9 to deception and persuasion.
Sure. I don't complain. You talk
Roll a persuasion. Oh, well, that's a 25.
You just got to get better at saying no to people. Oh, no. It's in the end.
So the DC was a 90. Oh, you failed.
Yeah, so we went into a town and my character convinced everyone that 2 of the members of the group were actually royalty.
Well, to be fair, it wasn't everyone. It was just the dudes at the pub.
Yeah, but
to be fair.
You convinced a bunch of drunkards that you're important.
Yeah. Context is important, honey.
Yeah, but to be fair, we also did that with the Wizards of Thay after we pissed them off. And so now that they think we come from a land that doesn't actually exist.
Also true.
That's cool. And the good news is my character isn't not strong.
I did notice that you hadn't gone like a hardcore kind of dexterity angle.
Nah.
I must admit, I saw that and I was just like, oh my god, am I going to have an opportunity to make because there's so many cool swords and shit. I'm like, oh.
We'll rip into my decision making processes, I think, when we do the character chat, I reckon. But that's because that's a hell of a fun combo. So question number 2 from Ash, all the way a million years ago. On the gods, similarly, and I think we spoke about this a little bit earlier, how much do the gods tend to meddle in the affairs of mortals? And so that changes depending on the god themselves, right?
So it is...
There's not a huge amount of direct interference.
Not now.
No.
In the past,
Yes.
there has been significant interaction for reasons. Hashtag spoilers. But yes, now it is predominantly quite limited. So yeah, it is. And again, I mean, that's a space that we're still kind of like sort of playing
Mucking around with world building wise, yeah. And so does that apply to the demigods as well? Because I think you said like the idea is you've got the gods and then you've got the demigods who have a closer relationship with the people of the world, right?
Yeah. So the gods are more able to shift forms and stuff like that than the demigods are, obviously. So in my head, it could be that, like, for example, on the Wayfarer Plains, they know of a sage that lives in a cave over here and are just completely unaware that that sage is actually their god.
Or demigod.
Or no, god.
Okay.
Because their god can shift forms.
Yeah, true.
So they can just wander around as a member of the tribe and not have anyone know any different. But the demigods, of course, they're stuck in a certain form more than the gods themselves are.
They've got like less control over their being.
Yeah, so they're more recognizable.
And I think one thing that we need to figure out is like being careful about how many demigods there are.
Yeah.
No, now to be fair, we might come up with a bunch, and again, this is one continent in a world. So it could be that there are 50 demigods, but there's only 3 that hang out on this continent. There's another continent which is like demigod Vegas, where they all go and they hang out and have a good time. Which is something I actually just thought of then, which does give us a bit of room to be flexible and stuff like that. But yeah, because it's finding that balance between having cool demigods, but then if they're quite interactive in the world, where's that line? And we almost start to get into a bit of the whole fucking the boys. Where do they start going? You know what? If there's like fucking 50 of us, fuck it, we'll just take over the continent. Fuck everyone else.
Yeah. Oh, you got a problem? We'll solve it. Check out my mic while the DJ revolves it, right? It's the power equivalence thing.
Yeah.
Right. If they're there and they're super interactive, then they're going to dictate the events of the world around them, right?
Yeah.
And depending on the kind of world that you want to create, you might want to rein that in, which generally means that you need to make them at least a little bit inaccessible in order to do that, right?
Yeah.
So in my head I have not fully fleshed all of them out, with the demigods, the god of death who gave birth to their children has the most demigods. Just with a little bit of that sort of antithesis in that they are about the end of life, but they actually created life.
They've created it's, and you mentioned the cycle and the balance part of that before, which is stuff that I absolutely love, just on a philosophical level. I love that idea, the balance of that. That's cool.
So they're the ones that have the most because they've got that biological connection, as opposed to people ascending to being a demigod and stuff like that. But at the same time, I want gaps. I don't want everything covered, because I want, if an issue comes up with this, it actually kind of overlaps or falls between. So these 3 different demigods have to work together from the different gods to work it out.
Or the other side of that, potentially, where it doesn't fit in anyone's domain and it's an unaddressed or unaddressable thing from their perspective, maybe. Yeah.
And I think so. Just yes, Cass, that is the Otter Uddy.
Yes, it's the Otter Uddy.
So one thing that this raises a question, and that's a little bit off what Cass was saying in regards to like a mini pantheon, is that so there's the 12 gods within the world, and you're going to have people who access magic through the more divine route. So you're like the clerics and the druids and the paladins. One question I have for you then is that, can they also access that via considering what you and I have talked about in regards to the sort of some of the concepts. Is that like, can people worship a demigod and also do that, or?
So technically they can, but of course that's where the amount of demigods for a god comes into play and stuff like that as well.
Can a demigod ascend to godhood proper?
No.
Oh, sure.
okay.
No.
Yeah.
Hashtag spoilers. Hashtag
no.
spoilers.
So that's
Not as the world currently exists.
So that's interesting that you say that in regards to the worship side of things, like the accessing the magic side of things.
Mm.
Oh, this is spoiler heavy territory, I'm feeling. I think we need
It
to move on.
It is, which is
that's fine. We'll move on. So, all right. Shadow Marora 1 asks.
Shadow me.
Correct. Is this technically a post-apocalyptic world? Wait, no. I think I'm asking the wrong question.
No, that's
Where are we? All right. No.
That's Ash.
You're correct. What sort of time period is the world in? As in, have they had an industrial revolution or still in a medieval type period?
No, definitely still medieval type. Yes.
Easy.
Hashtag-
Next question.
Spoilers.
But at the
Very
same
good.
time, so I know how I'm perceiving certain things to be.
Yeah.
So people could go and look at the groups in the Wayfarer Plains and go, oh, well, they don't have machinery, they don't have agriculture, propagation, all that kind of
Cities.
stuff.
Yeah.
However, they also don't
Barbaric.
they also don't have wars. They also don't have prisons. They also don't,
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that they do a lot better than other parts of the world.
The people adapt as things change, and if stuff is getting taken away, people will often find ways to replace it with something else.
And the basis of that is ownership of property, right?
It could be property. It could be it could be other elements of life as well. This is me trying to skirt around.
So,
good.
for example,
Skirt.
areas can be more property focused, and there is actually a god of commerce. So, just putting that there.
Mr. Trump.
Whereas ones like the Wayfarer Plains might be more relationship focused. What?
Nothing.
No.
What did
move
you
on.
say? Well, I was trying to.
I said nothing.
The god of commerce. Go on.
Well, I didn't use the word commerce, but there is.
And then I said
know.
very quietly, Mr. Trump.
Oh, stop it! He goes bankrupt every other year, so he can't be the god of commerce.
Right at all.
It's an
But,
important part of commerce to absolutely fail in what you're doing, apparently.
but like some groups will be focused on things like property, assets, all that kind of thing. Whereas, like ones in the Wayfarer Plains might be more focused on relationships and that people experience.
And they'd have to like trade and barter and work together, I guess, in some fashion. Right?
But they're
So
doing
there's a
it
potential
for
there.
necessities and to provide life rather than making a profit.
So
They're doing it for communism, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
like on the,
Socialism for
like
the
on the map, like that town of the town of Lutra, where they essentially there will be certain things that those clans can't access by utilizing the landscape. There will also be things that they can utilize in the landscape that may be very valuable to others that they can use to trade for the things they can't get.
Yeah,
That
they have
access-
more access to than others. Yeah.
Exactly. And so that access point essentially comes through Lutra and via the otter folk, who then all sort of are the middle otter between that east coast sort of commercial space and the clans. They can't really go west because of issues that way. So and that's sort of how you've got this sort of almost that little sort of trade cycle that happens in that space.
And then you got an economy, and then everyone wins and all loses. It's perfect.
Absolutely, they lose. And
the next question from Ash then is this technically a post-apocalyptic world thanks to the events leading to Shardfall?
No, I wouldn't say post-apocalyptic.
It changed development, but it didn't destroy development.
Yeah. So it didn't set. So there wasn't like huge swaths of the population wiped out. That one very specific part of the continent was impacted by that one particular thing. And as I said, there were a lot of other elements where magic certainly caused impacts across the world. Again, predominantly with that whole the sort of the tearing between the planes. But society still goes on, and that event in the current timeline, based on how it's currently written, and again, this is all still, who knows, I might change my mind. A backstory thing might influence it, but currently that all happened about just over 1,000 years ago. So there has been a fairly lengthy period of time between that event and where we'll be picking up on the campaign.
Okay, that is a pretty good chunk of time, and it's a good opportunity as there are no other questions from chat unless anyone wants to drop something in there about the world, about lifespans, right? So do you want to talk about that as the world maker? Run us through that whole situation. Go.
Yeah, fuck lifespans. I hate elves and their stupid 700 years. So this is something well played, sir. Well played. This is something I threw into the campaign chat a couple of weeks back. When you're writing a history and you want to be something like generational, you want it to be 5, 7, 8, 10 generations, like something that's like ancient history,
like outside of memory, right? Out of living memory entirely. It's gone. It was done. There's only the barest whispers in the deepest, darkest, most secret places in the world.
Except for the nethers.
Except for that.
In the nethers.
Except for that asshole 700-year-old elf is like, oh, it was just yesterday for me. Oh,
son of a bitch! My mum told me when I was a little tacker, shut your face, bam!
So I kind of made up an arbitrary rule and just went, you know what, fuck that. I don't like it. So that's not how elves and shit work in this world. So I basically put on a cap of like 200 years. So the eldest playable races will live up to a maximum of 200 years. Now, whether that's dwarves, elves, halflings, gnomes, humans, fucking all of them, I don't know. I will talk to each player as it goes through based on the race that they play. Any race that's not represented by one of the players, I will make up. But I wanted there to be at least some distinction that yes, there are some races that live longer. And again, this is leaning a little bit into sort of the whole Tasha's Cauldron thing.
Which was my next question, right? Is so outside of the playable races, then for the characters' kind of knowledge of the world, are there likely to be or on that scale of likelihood to rarity, are there going to be NPCs, entities that we can potentially encounter who have existed for a considerably longer period than that?
Yeah, look, I don't know. There's certainly... There'll definitely be ways to investigate and look into the historical nature of the world. There'll be elements of it which will be very difficult. There'll be other elements which won't. So, for example, if you think about the Rendarian Empire, it came into fruition in 800 odd years ago. It is a very structured, very well organized empire. And so it's quite possibly done a very good job of keeping track of history. Now, of course, that history is potentially as they perceive it. Again,
right, correct.
The winner writes the history.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but
which I feel like is kind of fun running the game, right? It's like you can go, absolutely, you have access to this knowledge from 1,200 years ago, but it's the knowledge that was captured.
And then someone goes down to where the turtles are and they have a secret spot in the mountains where they have stories carved on shells.
Yeah. And then you go down to the Wayfarer
Love
clan.
that.
and they're just like, we don't worry. We learn the core lessons from history.
Mhm.
You know, don't eat that thing. Don't poo on that piece of ground.
The land looks after
know.
us, so we look after the land.
We pick the lesson, not the fucking.
Wait. I need to. What happened when Derek pooed on that piece of ground?
Well,
So I need to know.
That caused the Darren River.
So in one of the Tome of Beasts books, which you can buy at meeplesanddragons.com,
Excellent.
very well priced. They're excellent, great resources, wonderful.
I hear they're just awesome people
They
as
are.
well.
Yeah, they're wonderful people.
And I think they're involved with something called Jaspers.
They do a
year,
Jaspers, it's
Yeah.
Jaspers game, something where they raise some
Yeah.
money and they do some really nice stuff and help people.
Yeah.
And actually really fun.
There's been some kind of rumors about their general kind of support for
Yeah.
the entire Aussie kind of TTRPG world, really.
Yeah.
It's,
And I mean, if you like stuff like dice, they sell dice too, and bags and
stuff
like,
to keep dice in.
Yeah, like it's pretty
So
awesome.
that you can then
Glasses.
buy more
Oh my
dice.
god, the fucking glasses.
Oh, we
that they
didn't have
make.
glasses out
We didn't
tonight.
have the glasses out. That's
No.
okay. We can do that on Monday.
But I
Yes,
happen to
spoilers.
have sharp-edged dice.
Sharp edged dice. But
good save.
in one of those books, there is actually something called a what is it? Oh my god, my brain's just gone. You know what? You distracted yourself. They're in deserts.
Wait, hang on. I'll remind you what we're talking about. I asked
camels.
why Derek. What
Yeah.
was the problem
what
with
happened
Derek
when Derek
pooing
peed
in a
on the lake?
particular place?
because it was the Junes.
Right.
There are
Yes.
June mimics.
Oh.
So Derek took a dump,
Okay.
and it was a plains mimic, and it ate his ass,
Oh.
and not in the good way.
So always
Okay.
be careful where you're pooping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact,
That's-
the Wayfarer clans have got quite an elaborate ritual they go about in regards to testing the ground before they relieve themselves.
Right.
They've got a special stick. There's a small, sort of tribute that they offer beforehand, and,
No, they don't.
and there's a song. They sing
There
a
is
special.
no poo song.
There's a special pooping song.
There is now. What's the song?
When you poop, make sure it's not on a mimic, because then it will eat your ass. Doo-doo.
And not in the good way.
Jazz hands.
This is going to be so much fun to play, and I cannot absolutely wait. This is going to be great.
This is the dice we're rolling now.
Wow, that's
My giant dice that has on the one, it just has a swear word.
this is true. Were there any more questions that had popped up? Or does anyone else have any extra questions?
There was the question, who's the sexiest god? Which Tammy has answered, kind
I
of.
think-
Answer in chat.
Yeah.
It's a valid question. Who's the hottest god?
They can appear as anything. So it just depends on what they appear as on that day.
That's fair.
It is fair.
It's a valid answer.
You know, if you like feline creatures, then you're probably looking at the god of war. If you like reptile creatures, you're looking at the god of death.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I mean, okay. Sure.
Yeah. Look, if
Something for everyone.
no, I can't cross those lines. I'm so sorry. No, I'll just leave it. It's
Yeah,
like
no,
both of
step
them are just
away.
sitting there
No,
waiting
no.
for me to pluck them from the boughs of the tree of low hanging fruit, but I won't. I'm sorry.
Are you talking, making jokes about reptiles and snakes?
No.
So I guess
No, I would never do. I would never do either of those things. It's fine.
so moving away from this very disturbing, so when we do like these world building streams, I guess how much world building have we done? Any world building? We've done a bit of world
It's-
building.
It's difficult, right? Doing the streaming and the world building at the same time.
It is. Yeah,
We did world building because we renamed the Valvar Forest.
We did. And there were
Done.
conversations about the East Coast, which was something that I was sort of a little bit stuck on.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Is there all right, so from the world building perspective, is there any other parts of the world that you've been properly kind of stuck with that like
actually
you can't get what you want from?
Well, it's not necessarily can't get what I want from it. It's more I haven't.
Give it to me, baby.
Where the fuck that came from? Anyway, no, one other part of the world.
You're trying to get what you want from it.
Oh my god! One other part of the world that I haven't actually figured out is this little section nestled in between the Scimitar Mountains and the Gloomwrought.
Oh,
is
I've got a perfect mythological story of that for you.
Okay. All right, go.
So what happens if there was a mythology story, because we all know that these fairy tales are passed down usually to do with teaching a moral lesson or something, about
Morals.
a fair wood nymph that resided in the woods who was in love with someone from the loch. And the wood nymph had her heart stolen by them and therefore could not rest because her heart was in the water.
I'd go a step further. It's called the Cradle Wood and the Cradle Heart Lock. So I'd say that they had a baby and the baby was stolen from them.
Oh, that's a bit dark. I was trying to go like a little romantic.
Well, it's still romantic. Like, they were sad.
Oh,
like, they had a
baby
fun
stealers are
romantic time
romantic.
beforehand.
Nothing says
Yeah.
love like
Like
stealing
baby
a
stealing.
baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, they didn't.
Oh.
They didn't steal the baby from each other. A third party was clearly
maybe
responsible for
the
the
lock
baby
was-
theft.
Maybe the lock was all the tears she cried over her lost love.
Aw, or lost baby.
I quite like that. I quite like that, or both.
Mm.
But the question does arise like that. That gives a justification for some names, which is always good.
Mm.
But I'm still like, I don't know what this part of the land is. Like Harper's Hold, I called that because I thought it sounded cool at the time. And
'Cause
I
you
was
like the
looking at
Harpers.
those. I do like
It's alliterative. It's adorable. I love
It is. It's that little wee dopamine hit that's just like, yeah.
it.
So it is. So a couple of thoughts I'd had was, it could be some like highly special secret fucking something like mage academy, mage school, magic place to go and learn magic-y stuff, bardy thingy, whatever. Like a monastery type thing. I must admit, after talking about
hold implies an aggressive force of some
I
kind.
was going to say a bastion.
Yeah, so if it's a hold, it's holding against something, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So what if it's called the Cradle Wood and the Cradle Heart because there are two races that came into being there, sort of like the Cradle of Life myth?
That attacked Harper's Hold and they were attacked by bunches of babies.
Or Harper's Hold is there to protect them from whatever is in the Scimitar Mountains.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because I did have some stuff in regards to other things lurking within the mountains. So Harper's Hold. So there would need to be. So Harper's Hold is there to protect the Cradlewood and the Cradleheart Lock from whatever it is that lurks in
what's in the mountains.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is easy. But what is of significance in this place?
It's something that's still forming, something that's still growing. Then maybe.
Hold on. I've got fucking hashtag spoilers. I've got some brain juice.
Well, you keep that brain juice happening, and we'll just keep throwing ideas at you.
Yeah.
To see. So, what would happen if, like, going with that cradle of, going with the cradle of life and stuff like that, if there's something about the soil and the water in the area that has healing properties and therefore is still providing life?
Or maybe
it's fertility.
So the cradle heart. So
then you got the cradle for the babies because you can go there and it has properties that increase your fertility.
So people go to the cradle heart. The cradle. People go to the cradle wood to bone.
Yeah. Yes, it's correct.
No.
Wow.
No.
That's what my forest and my world doing there.
You can have fertility rituals and stuff like that. Like, there's something about it. People don't necessarily have to go there, but what they consume has to come from there. There is something about the soil and the water there that helps improve fertility or healing properties or something to do with life.
It needs to be something really quite significant.
Because it's a big area, right?
It's
naming
a big area.
wood and the lake after it.
So the other thing as well, just to completely fuck with things, which is a reason why I potentially need to rename it, is that, yes, sure, a hold is to sort of a hold, a fort, a fortress. The mountain range is quite lengthy, which would imply why can't they just like sneak through the back door?
Go around. Yeah.
You know? Because if you've got a hold, it needs to be something of great significance.
But maybe the hold is like the home base, but they still have like smaller platoons and stuff sent out. Or, I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the life god.
So I'd answer the what is the cradle for question with and without dragging out of your spoiler stuff. What is it within the Scimitar Mountains then?
Hey, zombie love.
Counter those two things. Yeah. So whatever it ends up being that the Cradle Wood and Cradle Lake are all about, it counters whatever the mountain is. And Harper's Hold is there to ensure that the one can overcome the other. Or has a chance of overcoming the other.
And I'm sorry, Ash, it is not an army of magic toddlers.
No, they're in the plains. The magic babies are in the plains. Yeah. They're in a whole other part of the world.
Yeah. Wait until you find out that those magic babies fly too, Ash. Oh, whoops! I shouldn't have said that.
Hey!
No!
Depends on what race they are.
Oh my god!
See, they don't have to worry about where they crap. They can just like do it from up there.
I was actually going to. Yeah. Look out! I cast.
They don't need to learn the pooping song.
I cast ninth level baby diarrhea.
Oh no! I know what that's like.
Yeah. Sorry, zombie love. Just coming in here and hearing this stuff. Trust it. This is actually a very serious world building.
I dig the suggestion from John though too. What if, like, to riff off, what if the Cradlewood is a place of pilgrimage and the hold is there to protect the pilgrim's path? So it's only there for that purpose. And so you got the Cradlewood and Cradle. Is it Cradle Lake or Cradle Lock?
Cradle Heart Lake.
It's the Cradle Heart Lock.
Cradle Heart Lock. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, and so the place itself is something kind of beyond all of them, but Harper's Hold exists to protect the pilgrims that are making their way there for reverence of whatever it is.
And there's a few people now who I think someone else also mentioned that maybe like one of the demigods was born there, and like it's a well-known like holy ground. Now, also you've got to remember that when we zoom out, that is a very big piece of land.
Yeah, big old chunk right in the center there.
That lake is like it's a fucking small ocean, you know. Oh, hey zombie. Well, look, we're not really playing D&D right now, as you can probably tell. But yeah, no, we totally dig the game,
This is the world building for a game that's going to happen in the near future.
Yep.
And Hamish has straight up just said that he's going to ignore a bunch of rules. So I don't know how effectively we can learn about the game. You and I both being still technically kind of a new player myself.
It's not even Dungeons and Dragons. It's Dungeons and kind of other animals. You
Wow.
know?
It's apparently it's Dungeons and Dragons.
Right? You flat out said, no, you know what? There's no dragons in this world.
Damn straight. And I'm sticking by my word. Fuck dragons.
Well, maybe that's why it's called Cradlewood, because someone did.
Oh, God.
You know what? Someone's trying to grow goddamn dragons in there.
Hashtag.
Yeah, spoilers. I like that idea of you got the path there and
Dungeons
everything,
and
right?
Bulbers.
Fucking hell, Cass. Your character's the first one to die. Just putting it out there. Terrible. Terrible, Cass.
Cass, there was the idea that
D20, I was literally taking a drink. Come on, why would you do that to me? Oh, God.
Trying to bring some semblance of normality. I really dig the idea of it being like a pilgrimage, and there is like that. There is the genesis of some demigods in there, and there's some significance of it. I'm almost thinking,
and it doesn't even have to be real, right? Like it can be like a rumor or a legend that it's going to happen.
But I was also thinking, yes, absolutely. Another idea is that in the creation of those demigods, did it maybe infuse the land around it with something? So when people go, so kind of riffing off what Tam was saying before about the healing, people go there because it's where demigod Heath was born, but also it also heals any bunions you've got on your toes or something. Like there is some significance.
Courtesy of the god jizz that resulted in the birth of the demigod, right?
Did you just say what I think you said?
God jizz. Yes, I did.
But remember how they don't actually have a gender, like they.
Yeah.
The god
you can
of
have
death
genderless jizz. Jesus, come on.
Supposed to have biological children. They didn't need to mate with anyone to do it.
Yeah, jizz is a conceptual term that can
so moving on.
Be defining any number of things.
Based on you guys, I'm going to have to just remove every single forest in my entire world because it just leads to trouble.
It's just something about trees, man. I just dig them.
I got wood. No, look, I think the idea of that being like a holy spot where one of Tam's demigods was created, came into existence, and
ascended. And
whether or not there's something there, an impact, who knows? We'll figure that out. But there could also be things in the mountains which still want to come and try and do the nasty.
No, I'm just going to leave you there with doing the nasty. No, I do just want to point out again how much of a fan I am of the Gloomwrought as a name.
Oh, look,
for
dude,
a thing.
I'm like it's. I peaked early. It's all been downhill since then. Oh, this is the wet lake, and this is the water lake.
This is the horse table.
This is the fluid lake with the.
This is the moist lake. Oh, over here is lake damp.
This is the extra cold lake of ice.
Yeah.
Stuff. Cool. All right. So we've covered Cradlewood and Cradleheart. In the Scimitar Mountains.
You'll just remember.
Well, this is going to be relevant to my character because there's a proximity issue.
There is. This is
the proximity situation.
Well, but will it?
Maybe.
We
don't know. We'll talk about that later. It's not important now.
Actually, look, just before you say that, and I'll say this again before we sign off. Monday, Promethean and myself will be back here, same bat time, same bat channel, except there'll be no bats, to actually do his character stream, where we will dig into who Promethean is playing, what are their motivations, do they smell as bad as some people say, what are we going to do about a backstory, all that kind of stuff. So if you found any of this vaguely entertaining, come back on Monday and watch that. And if you didn't find this entertaining, please still come back.
Please.
About the gloom-wrought mountains.
And that's
right?
It's just the gloom wrought.
Oh, can you zoom
Just
out a little bit so I can see what sexually named forests are around it? Oh, Venusian Woods, that's it.
No, we changed it. It's a secret thing now.
Zombie Love, at the moment, we don't have a set schedule. We're so basically what's happening is we're doing a bunch of world building streams, and I'm also doing streams with the individual players in which we talk with them and build the world around those characters' stories. So the next one is on Monday with Promethean. On that day, I think we've also got another one of these scheduled for, I think the next 3 Fridays are definitely locks, I think. And then there's going to be these character ones that orbit around that. So if you follow Meeples and Dragons on Twitter, then they will also, you'll be able to see their schedule there.
And I'll say Zombie Love too, if as a new player trying to get your head around the game, one of I consider myself a new player. I've been playing a while, I guess, but in the character convo that Hamish and I are gonna have, I'm 100% talking through my thinking in terms of character creation stuff, which is super useful to get a handle on in those early stages, because it's one of the weirdest and hardest things to do when you start playing the game. What do I want to play, right? The character and class stuff, and what do you want things to look like, and what do people lean towards in terms of where they they put kind of stats and why they do those things. And I fully intend to bore the shit out of Hamish with my thinking about I've done that for this character. Yeah.
No, I absolutely love that kind of shit. So look, it'll be.
He came in after he got your stuff, and he's like, "Oh, holy shit!"
No,
so,
it's the only issue is that it's a Monday, which means that I'm going to have to there will definitely have to be a sensible cutoff time, otherwise it'll render me unable to function as a human being at work the next day.
Well, we'll lock it in. We'll lock in an end time so that we have a distinct point of
no, but
ending, I guess.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm very much looking forward to it. No, I think so that's good. So there's some stuff there, and I think that'll.
I'll hit you up over the weekend, Promethean, since it's near where your character will be, just to let you know what he's decided about the rumours and urban legends of that area.
Perfect. And good.
This East Coast is still something.
Canterwell is horse range.
What do you got? You got mining and wealth to start with.
So
the core.
This is where I will leave you guys, and I will bow out for the evening.
Okay. So for those of you who are new or whatever, follow Tam on Twitter at Talera at Talera79. She's awesome. She is.
It's like 69, but more distinguished.
It is the distinguished version. It's the more mature version.
79 feels pretty good.
More mature, 69.
Like a multi-stream. Multi-stream. Yeah, multi-stream. Multipath.
But yes, so I will drop.
Multipath.
I may or may not appear on future world building streams if I want to half argue with you on a stream.
Oh, look, I think it produces good outcomes.
Yeah,
it's great, and I think you definitely are going to be required to correct Hamish on what he thinks the gods of his world.
Yeah,
look like. It would seem. So yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be great.
That's Keith, the god of
No.
love, and that's
No,
also Keith, the god of death.
no.
Keith, the god of riches.
So the god of love and the arts is Lul.
Well, look, we might even just like share this on Twitter. Who all the gods are? Put it out there. People can have a look on.
Well, I can do a preview here. So we have a fire god that's called Sunog, a water god called Vand, the sky god is called Hadari, the war god is called Orlok, the death god is called Kamatayon, the nature agriculture god is called Lapanzi, the wisdom knowledge god is Saviesa, life and fertility is Mesha, trickery and chaos is Hyla, love and arts is Lul, commerce and trade is Negosis, funnily enough, and travel is Tafire.
There you go. Keep an eye. We'll.
What's that face for there, Promethean?
Was that off the dome, or are you reading that out?
No, I
No,
had
she's
it there.
got a list there. She's good. But
What you should have said is no. It was totally off the dome.
it's-
I just remember
No,
that
so
shit.
some of them I know off the dome because I've been working on the demigods, but not all of them.
the demigods, because you've probably got about 100 of them to work out. So that'll be fun.
No, I don't.
Oh, don't you?
Oh, there's not going to be that many demigods.
Thank God
There
for
are
that.
7,
Complicated.
exactly 7.
And they're called Gaza.
and Keith.
Chris, you can always ask sensible questions. We love sensible questions.
But
here.
I will bow out, so night, everyone.
Thanks, sweetie.
We've even answered sensible questions. Good night, sweet
Oh,
queen.
look at that. Hold on. I would just like to give
Oh.
a shout out to Sarah, who has spent
Magic.
the last little while going through.
No, sorry.
Oh.
Take it all back.
Oh.
No, take it all back.
Oh,
You're
come
fired.
on. Sorry.
It's fine.
That's okay. Shout out. So this was this. I'm still going to say it. Shout out to Sarah, who's put in a metric fuck ton of time figuring out all of the like overlays, all of this sort of stuff,
Right.
to actually make this work.
Do you want?
Yeah. So she's done an awesome job.
And I screwed it up by clicking the wrong button.
Oh my God, there's a voice coming from somewhere else. Where is
I know.
that
That's
voice?
so creepy. Make it stop.
It's the voice of the god of the cradle wood.
Oh my God, she's making me talk.
Creepy.
Okay, so we have to remember that we just
we just
walk
away.
We just walk away.
and not click leave.
Yeah. That's okay. We learn these lessons.
Yeah.
Or
It's not-
alternative. No,
and
you're right.
considering this is our very first stream, no, look,
And this is,
Look, hey.
we didn't have the tech issues at the start, Promethean.
no,
Look,
oh,
I've done like half a dozen world building streams, and I have this issue at the beginning of every single one of them. So yeah, no, you're doing beautifully. It's fine.
Do you want me just to join
No,
back
no.
in, Sarah?
Hey,
She's
Oh, there we go.
no, she's getting there. She's all over this thing.
Oh,
that's right. You just got to crop stuff and move it. It's the most annoying process.
It's
And-
like watching. This is how the sauce is made.
yeah.
This is how the cookie is cooked. This is how the flange is.
No, flange. Flange is
This is
something
how the
different.
this is how the flange is minged. Is that what you're saying? What? No.
I hope it's
So-
I
We have maybe commented elsewhere that we need to make a place called the Minge Marshes.
yeah, no, I've seen some of that, and we'll be having words after the stream.
Look, did I copy each and every suggestion that was in chat for what that forest should be named? Maybe.
I look forward to seeing all the hashtags over the next few days of all of that. It's going to be quite impressive. So, Chris, I do like my ears. I'm quite attached to them. Also, you can't see them because I'm wearing a fucking beanie. Now I'm really I'm sensitive.
All right. I'll tell you what, Hamish, sir.
Yep.
I will be back momentarily.
Yep.
You can have a nice little chat with everyone in the chat on your own. As
Don't push the
be
wrong
all
button.
and end all and God being of this world.
Fuck you, man.
Without the hassle of a player in your way.
Are you leaving permanently? Are you coming back or? God,
No, I'll be coming back. Just be a couple of minutes.
No, that's all good. But whatever you do, don't actually look. There he is. Look at him being clever. See, that's showing off. Fuck, I'm all by myself. Hey, Zombie Love, I'm just reading what you were saying before. This is your first experience. I'm really glad. I'm also really sorry. Because we're this is the first time I've ever streamed anything like this. I've played D&D a lot over the years. But I'm glad that you're enjoying this. And I'm glad that you're getting to see how the food is being cooked, how the sauce is being made, how something is being sunk something. Oh God, I don't know. There's lots of other streams that you can also watch, Zombie Love. There's lots of other Aussie streams. For example, on Tuesdays, there's a group called Fate Script. They're really cool. Absolutely worth checking them out. But if you just do a bit of a Google search, you'll find a whole shit ton of other Australian groups out there as well. How the sausage is made, Ash? Yes, absolutely. They need to get it on a shirt for sure. Cass, I feel like I'm learning more and more about you, and that you're a force for evil. You're not quite the force for good that I originally thought that you were. Yeah, thanks for throwing me in there just solo. So I don't know. Anyway, look, I'm looking off to the side at the chat. I'm struggling to multitask because it's tired. So while Promethean's not around, totally killing his character first, it's going to be amazing. But from a world building point of view, like I showed you guys earlier, a detailed map of up here in the Rivenlands. I'll see if I'll even pull that back up again. Where is it? Northwest. Oh, that was the wrong one. So each of I basically just quartered up this map. Yep, there we go. But that is the wrong one. Right version. So that I can actually get right into the details and record all of the small towns and stuff like that. Any homebrew rules, Chris? Any homebrew rules? Not at this stage. I find homebrew rules a bit scary because I don't trust my ability to be able to do it sensibly in a fashion that's not going to just break shit. There's little things like the whole concept of drinking potions, the potion stuff is along the lines of, if drinking your own potion is a bonus action, giving a potion to someone else is there an action. Apart from that, I don't know. It's something I'll probably have to think about and see if there's anything else that I can come up with. Death saving throws is possibly something I'll play with. I might riff off the critical role rules that they use because I quite like that. But beyond that, yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit of a stickler for rules at times. I just find it easier. In regards to races, that's really up to the players. I've told them that if they want to play I think I might have given this example before. If someone wants to play like a dwarf, that's from some frozen part of the world, so from Icingholm, for example, then I would be more than happy to homebrew a frost dwarf, maybe remove some of the rock-based stuff and give them cold resistance or things like that. So that's always open. Small spoiler for a future one, I may have done something with that or tweak things a little bit like that for one other player, or they've used the legacy system. because of where their character is from. Beyond that, races wise for the playable characters, no, that's it. Cass, is there going to be a set starting point in the world? No. Well, not yet. That's going to come into fruition once I've had a chat with everyone. Once I know where everyone is from, which is part of the independent character sort of development stuff, then I will try and figure out a good place for us to start. I'm thinking more than likely it'll be southern Peldorne, but whereabouts in the south, I'm not 100% sure at this stage. But it will very much be based on, what happens. Promethean, the critical role rules, basically it is, so you still have your death saving throws, map, you die after 3, end of story. When you get resurrected, there is basically a system where it's not just you cast Raise Dead, you cast Resurrection, the person pops back up and they're good to go. There is actually a roll that has to be made. Now, the players can influence the DC on that roll. And I think like Cass is saying, I need to double check. I think you get like 3 or 4 rolls, and basically the players can role play elements of affecting that roll. So it's like trying to reach out and call back the spirit of the lost person. So, the bard might sing a song, their best friend might tell a touching story. Those sorts of it really leans into role playing that emotional connection with the person to try and call them back from beyond the grave. And then a roll is made, and if that roll fails, or multiple rolls, I can't remember exactly what it is, Cass, I can't remember if it's 5 or not, but whatever it is, if that doesn't work, then the person is it's dead. They just for whatever reason they can't come back. So it makes death a little bit more dramatic. As it stands in the current system, you have failure 3 death saving throws, you die, you cast rest, you pop back up, you spend some money, and off you go. It's trying to put a bit more weight behind all of that sort of stuff.
So I can do the whole pounding on someone's chest and don't you die on me, don't you die on me thing, and that's part of what brings them back.
Fucking absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
I never told you how much I just really wish you'd paid me back that money I loaned you.
Yeah. Where's my 5 silver pieces, you bitch? What's John say? You mentioned the Scimitar Mountains. It was close to Feywood. What if there was a sector Fey broke away and settled beneath the mountains? The sector's interested in the latest energy. Yeah, definitely an idea. I already had some ideas in regards to Awesome Zombie Love. We'll see you on Monday, man. 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Welcome, Emily. Hey, Emily, you made it. Well done. Woo-hoo. John, yes, an interesting idea. I will definitely make a note of that amongst all the other ones and go ban Emily hashtag. I can't remember what else we're talking about. Oh, sweet Lord. Brain fart.
So we're talking about death saving rules, but then there was stuff that Cass had asked before, I think, that you were talking about as well.
Yes, no, Cass was all good. That's right. John had asked that. So yeah. So that's I don't know. God, shit.
Yeah, D20 is a good thing. So the question was asked about the starting point and don't know yet, right? So you got to have the conversations with characters, figure out how everyone fits together, how that fits in the world, build the rest of the world around the characters and stuff. Yeah. D20's version of that same question, are you thinking at this stage a Bond-like movie start to the campaign, or an easy you meet in a tavern kind of thing?
I'm still kind of... Again, some of it comes down to what those backstories are like. I don't want to do the whole you meet in a tavern, because that's I want, because then you run the risk of, here's 2 hours of awkward role playing while people kind of sift around for a reason to do something, and then someone walks up to the table and says, "Yeah, hello, I'm Sir Reginald, and boy, have I got a
Well,
present for you."
the point of it, right, is to introduce the characters to each other. Yeah,
It is.
yeah, and yeah.
So I'm like things I've done in the past are, like the whole everyone's a guard on a caravan. Like that's it's a bit of a riff off the whole, you meet in the inn, but it's like you're all doing this thing, going in one direction because you've all got a goal. Now, why you're all there is different reasons. One person's
for your own individual benefit, right?
Yeah. But over the course of the week of travel, you're having dinner together, you start talking, you start meeting each other, knowing who each other is, and then you get to a thing and something happens which causes you to work as a group to do something and achieve a goal. And then there's always this sort of slightly awkward D&D thing of, well, we've done the thing, but why the fuck do we want to hang out still? Especially if someone makes the character it's a bit of a dick.
The motivation thing, it's I struggle with it as a player as well, because I'm like, oh yeah, cool, here's my character, and they're gonna hang around with this party because
it's I think it's buy-in from both sides. Like I think both the players and the DMs have to do a little bit of the sort of up to the camera and kind of like, yep, we're on board, within reason, which is also why it's really critical when people make characters not to make a character who's an asshole or a loner, because the reality is if you make a character like that, why the hell would anyone want to travel with you?
It makes it more difficult to get. It's the first hurdle in terms of a character working with a set of other characters, and if you make it more difficult for yourself from the outset, it's mostly only going to frustrate the game as a whole, right? Yeah. It's like you need that, you need the purpose part of it there, the motivation part of it there. Yeah. Which again, I suck at. I've dealt with it in a couple of ways in the past as a player. I haven't, tackled it as a DM yet, but it's one of the things I'm paying super attention to, in the running of a game, is I'm going to do stuff pre kind of stream and campaign to try and cater for it and to make it make sense when when we bring them together.
And some of it's like, okay, so I find out that Promethean's character comes from place X, and Heath's character comes from place XY, so they're very close. So maybe, and this is something that I was going to discuss with people as well, is that maybe there is a maybe before we do anything, maybe you guys just know each other. Maybe for some reason there is some common ground between your two characters where you're like, yeah, we both went to the same underground rock school and we know each other and we both decided to head off in this direction. And that's why...
Because we just love rocks.
Because we just, man, they call us the Rock Brothers or whatever. So sometimes it's about trying to find common reasons, and sometimes it's within the backstory. It's just like, okay, so this person's heading this way or this person's heading that way. And I think it's also why sometimes with backstories, you've got to be careful about having a goal that is really specific. I want to go to Kolpathia and find where my father is. But first, I'm going to go south towards Icingholm because that's the direction the rest of the party's going. It's like, yeah, but why would you? Why wouldn't you just go, I've got my goal, I'm going that way, you're going that way.
And then the other aspect of that is if you go, all right, cool, this character has a goal, right? But will allow for this one distraction. Once that's dealt with, you're back there again. What's stopping them from just going directly to their thing, right? So finding that common ground, I think, is a important way to start, especially for this kind of thing, because it's not like around a table, playing at a table, right? Just a bunch of mates. You can work through that and it can last as long as you want. But on a stream, it's a different kind of vibe, right? You need to get other people invested as well as the players.
and my mindset is that, like, I want to, the first couple of levels we're going to chew through pretty quickly. That's kind of how I want to go at it, because level 1 and 2, it's a nice little intro to the character, it's a nice little intro to the class and the mechanics. We've got people like Cass who are new to the game, so it's a chance for like brand spanking new. So it gives Cass a chance to not jump in where she suddenly got, various new mechanics and stuff like at 3rd level or something. But it's also about giving the players that space to inspect their character. Who is this person? I've got a couple of levels to kind of settle in and see who I am, and I think you can do that quickly and like nice little, you are, and again, this comes with a certain amount of buy-in from the characters. You're in the town and they're, with the kids have gone missing. And it's like, oh my God, we really need help. And the big thing is people always going to be like, you're adventurers. Like you guys stick out like dog's balls. You are you are the exceptional people.
Yes.
Even at first level, you are still, far more exceptional than your average, Frank the farmer.
And if we want to put that in like world building terms, right, a useful way to look at that is so the magic users in the party, right? So how common is it amongst in the world for someone to be able to be a magic user? Right? Is that a thing that's everywhere, or is it properly uncommon?
And that's just it. And then there are elements of that as well. How much do people know that you're a magic user and stuff like that? So it's trying to find some of those little levers and buttons to push. And it's one of the hardest parts of starting a campaign. Why the fuck are you guys all hanging out? Why? What's your motivation? And again, it's that whole, the players have got a certain amount of buy-in as well. And you guys, like, I am paying attention to the chat. Cass, I don't know how.
Don't. I can't recommend that you do that.
No,
they've gone back to the forest.
I'm going to be killing Cass's character so many times, and then bringing her back, and then killing her again. It's going to be horrific. Yeah. So I'm still. Yeah. Once I've got everyone sorted out from their characters, there's going to be this mad flurry as I try and work out how to living whatever we're going to kick this thing off. But I try and find that common reason why you're in a place doing a thing. And then something happens and you guys will go and sort it out.
It's the hook thing, right? The hook that you introduce.
It is.
You want to be something that's going to catch the attention of not only the characters, but like you need it to do that. It needs to catch the attention of the characters enough that the characters are going to go, yeah, I'm in. But you also want it to hook the players, which isn't going to be a problem for the group of players that we've got, I don't think.
But I think
because we're not going to go out of our way to make your life more difficult.
No, unlike some people.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing is also that sort of sitting in the back of my head is finding a way to
Gwyneth. All right. No. Continue.
No, it's looking away. Don't look into the light.
I can't read it anymore.
No, it's terrible. Stop laughing, Sarah. I can see you laughing. No, but is trying to do that introduction to the campaign and to the players, but also introducing certain world elements. Here's some important worldly stuff that I've admitted from some of these conversations, which might help hook little things, or it's hard.
And then the next question, and this is one that I struggled with a bit with the stuff that I'm doing for mine, is right. So what level did we decide that we'll be starting when we jump in? Level 1, level something.
Level
1.
Yeah.
Right. So that hook, you can't have as like a world-ending menace, right?
No,
We're not going to
no.
survive. We're not going to survive that.
But that's what I
It's-
mean by like I'm, oh no, little Timmy's gone missing from the village. All right, he's been he's fallen in the
Yeah.
well. Like it could be something.
And it's an easy hook unless you're an absolute proper douchebag character who's like, "Phew, whatever."
Yep.
Like you kind of go, oh, that's unfortunate. I'll see what I can do to help. Yeah.
And that's just it. It is that certain amount of, even if your character's maybe a little bit more out for themselves, it's like, well, okay, look, let's just roll into this and then go from there. And then you have the complications of it. Everyone's got their backstories, everyone's got their things, and it's all right, you've got the group together. All right, okay, first hurdle overcome. Now you've got to get the group to a point where they want to stay together enough that they'll go and maybe do stuff to help one or two people in the group. Like, oh, all right, we're all going to go south because Cass's character has found out that her long lost kitten is being held in some dungeon, and so we're going to go and save the kitten. The group's still got to have a motivation to go and do that when your character is still like, well, actually, I still really need to go north because my dog's being held in the north, and I want to.
Yeah, like my stuff is more important to me than their stuff. I'm not. I don't enjoy their company that much. Kind of thing. You need to. Yeah, you want to find that middle ground.
But I think that's also you try and give the players the space to role play out those relationships developing. Like I think it's really
because that's how you get that, right? Is you get invested in each other, and then you want to help each other out, and those new hooks as you introduce them. If they're not all there at the same time, then it's presumably much easier, right? So if you introduce them one at a time, then it's like,
absolutely.
well, of course we'll help you do that thing, right? We've got nothing better to do with our time,
and that's
collectively.
Where, and I think that's where, as a DM, sometimes you've got to stop and step back. Like if you've got two players who are having a little role play, and you can see the relationship between the characters building. You've just got to let it happen. Like sometimes that's more important than progressing the adventure because that relationship between the characters is so important because that's the motivation for them sticking together. It's like, sweet.
Let's you progress stuff later.
We just spent 45 minutes sitting around the campfire telling stories. Did we get any closer to the dungeon? No. But now they've got a reason to want to save each other when they're in the dungeon that they didn't have before. And it's all part of that. That's a very mechanical way of thinking about it, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's also part of that shared story experience. And I love it when players turn to each other and role play with each other. Like, all right, so you guys have got 3 days to travel here, and you turn to Cass and go, okay, well, on the second day, right up beside you, and I ask you, why on earth do you only wear one pink sock, and why is it always on your left ear? And then Cass can regale you with the stories of how when she was a child, she had her other pink sock stolen by the evil emperor, Captain Cornucopia. And that it's that storytelling. It's that you guys interacting with each other without the adventure going, all right, go to the dungeon, kill the monster, get the loot, go to the next dungeon, kill the monster.
Next mission is to recover the other pink sock.
Exactly.
Done.
And look,
decisions made.
And then if you're really lucky as a DM, you encounter that people have got some backstories that have maybe got common elements, and you can go, haha, all right. Well, when you go to deal with John's backstory, you suddenly find that Heath's backstory is waiting in the shadows, and then it makes it a bit easier because there's sort of a bit more of a common thread, and then you throw some extra shit on top.
And going properly meta on running a game, world building stuff, have you found the player group as a whole is open to your suggestions that make that easier? Or has that not been something that's come up at all at this stage?
So John and I have had quite a few conversations predominantly because we're both in Discord chat and we've been talking about other stuff and been trying to get all the stream and stuff organized. But like John gave me we'd had some conversations already, which was cool, and he helped sort of crystallize the whole idea of like shard fall and all that sort of stuff. Had some ideas, but it was really cool because he came to me with the backstory, and I said, well, hey, what about this? Or the world is a bit like that, so if we tweak it this way. And John's been very open to tweaking and changing and finding that stuff. I don't want to dictate to people and say, oh, look, that's not going to work. You need to change your backstory to this. It should be a two-way conversation. And John's been really good to work with in regards to that because he's really open to suggestions and ideas, but he's also given me really good suggestions and ideas. And the highlight of that was because night, Ash. Thank you for coming. The highlight for that was that he gave me his like a revision of his backstory and a whole bunch of points with things that I had been thinking about for his backstory, but we hadn't talked about it. It's like, oh, this thing X, and I've been thinking, oh, hey, that thing X could lead into that, and so we'd ended up on that sort of that same wavelength. I haven't had those interactions with anybody else yet. And that's just because we haven't had chances to organize things, people haven't been available and all that sort of stuff, but I'm really excited to go through and do that.
And so you've got the character chats on stream sorted, but do you think that needs to be paired with off stream stuff because you want those kind of cool secret conversations as well to go into the more this is the stuff that people don't know.
And I was going to send a message in Discord before we sort of started doing it, basically saying that it's like the character chat is, we will talk about the stuff that you don't mind the other players knowing. I come from this place. My race is like this. Here's some core elements of you know,
the stuff that goes into what you then put into the world itself.
Yeah. But knowing that you like to eat, you know, the eyeballs out of fish, and that, you know, your father is actually an archdemon, and you know those things that you want to have that dramatic reveal, or could make up a core element of the world or something like that, or the backstory, that, you know, you want to be able to at the right moment like pull the curtain back and the rest of the players go, oh my god, you know, I can't believe that you're my father, or whatever it might be.
I'll tell you though, the amount of times people in, whether it's in chat or the folks who are chatting alongside, have thrown stuff out that I've gone just like on, and have relatively successfully, I feel, have just completely on the stream calmly gone, oh, that's a great idea, or oh no, that doesn't work with this part of the world, but then have gone, that's absolutely fucking happening in this way specifically. Like you can still take, you know, those innocuous kind of stuff and then fold them in without them being revealed, even though they're out there in the conversation itself. And
there's some fundamental parts of the world where we've done the whole hashtag spoilers thing, and I've gently sort of floated over the top of a couple of them, gently, hopefully, maybe it's been blunt, I don't know, but and it's because certain players will know more or less about those elements, and some of those elements will play a bigger part in the campaign or lesser part, and you know, it's sharing that information and enabling the players to help also tell the history. You know, player one goes, oh my god, you know, I can't believe that we're in the land where all they do is eat mushrooms, and player two goes, well, actually no, they also eat potatoes. You know, whatever it might be.
Oh my god.
And so sort of trying to you know, navigate that path. We're also inversely,
and sometimes that is just saying, we're not talking about it, like in the lead up stuff especially. Sometimes you've just got to do that. It's like, oh, you can't actually go further into that for reasons.
You know, and there'll be like mechanical stuff around the class. So for example, like if you were going to be playing a ranger, for example, how do you figure magic for, because you know, rangers and magic is always one of those things which people are like, range of casting spells? How does that work? It's like, well, where do they get their magic from? Is it like a cleric? Is it a faith thing? Are they a particularly pious individual? Is that how we envisage it? Is it more arcane? They get taught like a wizard. You know, how do they cast spells? You know, there's elements like that which.
It's a good world building conversation to have, right? So your stock standard version of how magic works in worlds is you've got arcane, which is, I guess, the access to the natural kind of magical environment in any given world, and you've got divine, which is magic provided by a particular deity. Yeah. So in terms of world building stuff, is it known how that works? Is it not?
Is it, and that's
Yeah.
and that's the thing. Some people will know, like, because I've like magic operates slightly differently in this, which I think I've said before. Not from a mechanical point of view. You still cast your spells, you still got spell slots, but from a world building, how the universe functions point of view. Fuck you, Chris. There is a there's definitely stuff where some people will be more in the know and some people won't, and a lot of that will be based on where in the world that you're from. Some of it will be are they even right? We've heard stories of this thing, and that's how, you know, everybody in the town of Greenfield thinks that when you pull up a potato, then you know. Where the reality is, no, that's actually wrong. But because of where you are in the world, that's what you've learned. And I want to have, like, I kind of like the idea of people having like a debate about that, you know, because it's those core beliefs. No, man, absolutely.
Well, they believe that, but they believe this, and neither of them are necessarily the truth. You know, but that's what's known in the world. Yeah.
So and then just kind of riff from it from there. And how much of that will work or not, I don't know. How much of it where I'll just go, you know what, I just need to tell this information because it's just easier.
And that's the thing, right? So I feel like there's a line where you can say, this is what's known about what these people believe or what is believed in this area, right? That's safe to tell, right? And if it's framed that way, you can say literally whatever you want about the thing, because you're saying that's what's believed about the thing, as opposed to that's how it actually works. Right? And you can have as many versions of that as you want to introduce.
And that's just it. And you know, and then part of the fun of the game is potentially, you know, uncovering what some of is this true, is this not true. There's stuff that I've got which you guys just might never even go near, but I've developed because you might, or because I need it to justify other elements within the world. Or, you know, everyone here smokes a pipe because they know that if they don't smoke a pipe, then bad St. Petersburg, who hates people who don't smoke pipes, will come and eat you. I don't know. I'm getting really tired. So
Look, let's not call it St. Petersburg, but I get exactly what you mean. Sure.
But and you just sort of you go from there. But it's also like there's going to be chunks of the world which I'm not going to put a huge amount of detail into, because until people get there, I just need to know how that part of the world operates. But I can fill it out later, because it's like we're sort of saying before. Otherwise, you know, building a world, populating all the towns, figuring all that stuff out is just a monumental task.
Are you expecting a lot of that, like that will go into a particular area and you've literally got to kind of make, like, to flesh that particular area out on the fly?
The way I normally operate is that if I know, so looking at the map here, so say for example you guys are currently in Greenfield, boop, and I know that because of the quest you're heading down towards Nezapact. because you've got to go and save the whatever. But I haven't done much development down here for whatever reason. I'll probably spend some time and develop the entire area, so that it's done. And then if you ever come back there, I'm not like I won't just develop the one town that I think you're going to. I'll develop probably the whole sort of space,
The region. Yeah.
Yeah. And it might still be that I won't do, like I'll do all of the inns and shops that you can go to in that town, all the interesting people. I might not do that with necessarily all of those towns, but it'll be touch points. So I tend to build stuff out. Like I like to have an idea if this is what this part of the world is like. So, for example, with Nezapact, this was actually settled by people from the Rendarian Empire originally.
Right.
They
Separatists.
Yeah, they came down here. Hence why it's got a slightly different name to the rest of the place around it. So they came down here, settled. There's a little. This part actually goes down a little bit. There's a little wee port town here. So they actually came and settled that part of the world. Built up their little sort of carved out their corner of the land. Established their own little duchy. It's not a particularly large piece of land, and went from there. It's ruled by, the Duchess, Quintessa or something like that, and she's got these three motivations of what she's going to do. So I've got an idea of what that chunk of the world looks like. You guys go, we're heading down there. All right, now the capital of Nezapact is Port Nezapact. So I need to now build Port Nezapact, and there's going to be this shop, and there's going to be these inns, and there's going to be these potential quest hooks and stuff like that. Because trying to build all of that at once, too far in advance, it becomes hard. But also, if you get to a point where you suddenly realize that there's a much better idea of something that you thought about earlier, you haven't wasted the time, hours building something, and then go, you know what?
Yeah.
And, Promethean just mentioned this one thing, which is just the fucking best idea. I'm going to completely reframe that entire part of the world. So
which kind of links in with Shadowmere's question, right? So will we, and I assume we as players then get actual kind of lore documentation to refer to for the world? But then the other side of that, given that situation, is how malleable is that documentation then as players? Like if we read that and go, "Oh, this is locked in stone," right? Or like, where do we land on that? Yeah,
it is, and which is a really good question. I think that the lore doc will be the way I would be looking at that is that it'll be like the immediate from where you come from.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hometown,
right?
Your family and friends, anything that's relevant. That sort of stuff will be essentially set in stone. But the trick is building enough of that so it feels right, but maybe not too much so that you colour yourself into the wrong corner. So you've got a little bit of that sort of malleable nature. So you can go, yeah, sure, absolutely. You come from Beachwind, and your best friend is Bob, and you guys just always hang around down at the beach because it had the most amazing, multicolored shells, and you could always catch the rainbow trout from the very edge. Those things which add flavour to your character. We know that Amberdale is the capital, and that it's ruled by Duke Leto and whatever it might be. There's going to be big chunks of that which will be locked in stone. But it's also like if I come to you and say, for example, Cass, tell me everything about Brisbane. Who's on the council in Brisbane? What are all the suburbs? What bus do you catch to get from here to Ipswich? Like, so much of that people just do not know. Like, when you think about how much you know about your own city and towns and stuff,
exactly the best way to frame that, right? Spot on. Yeah.
So it's the most important information. Was your character a booze hound? Sweet, then absolutely the best inn in town. The best booze to get at the best inn in town. But if you are someone who does not drink, you're not going to have any idea. And so it's trying to sort of frame it in those bits of information which make sense. If it's a tiny little town, it's one inn and like a general store, and of course you're going to know them, probably even good friends. Maybe you grew up with the daughter or something like that. And part of these streams that we'll be doing with the world building is looking at that stuff, building out who the person is,
and like the limits of what they know and where those limits reach to and what's unknown beyond that, right? Like that's because what is unknown seems to me to be just as important as what is actually known by a character. Yeah.
I was born in Beechwood and I lived there until I was 5, but then I moved to Amberdale and now I'm 35. I probably know fuck all about Beechwood, but Amberdale I've been here the last years, so this is all the relevant information that I know from there. But if I went back to Beechwood, maybe I would know, great Auntie Hilda lives, so little things like that, which just try and make the world feel like a comfortable pair of shoes. You can slip them on, feels like, you've worn them a few times, that you're used to what it's like, it makes sense. Bigger world stuff. I guess I will tell people things that are relevant. So, for example, based on what I know of Cass's character and what she's making and stuff, there will be some very specific things that she knows that the rest of you probably won't.
Yeah,
and we'll have quite
which I absolutely love. I love that because if you have that conversation with the player, then the character can introduce that in the game, right? You don't have to do it as the DM.
Yeah.
Right, because the character can do it because they hold that knowledge already.
And some of it, the hardest part with some of that, and again using Cass's character as a sort of an example, is that it's like there's parts which are probably quite relevant, which we would probably need to talk about on stream. But then the problem is, if other players are listening, then there's and it's like, how much
it's the metagaming conversation, right?
And it's probably not something, again thinking about Cass's character, it's not something that's probably going to ruin the experience or something, but it is a little bit of a, oh, okay, all right, well, I know something about the world that my character probably doesn't. And I have supreme faith in the people that we've picked for this group that no one's going to metagame or abuse the information or anything. But it's more
unless it's to the benefit of the story. And so this thing, right? My thing with metagaming is I intuit some stuff pretty easily, and it's like, yeah, all right, I can see where this thing is going.
Yeah.
Right, and it's turned out for the worse in some cases where I've, where it's at the point where I'll go, all right, cool. This is how we entirely avoid having to do a particular encounter.
Yeah.
Right, because I can see what the point of this thing is, and it's kind of metagamey, right? And it's worked against the story, but at the same time, you can also use it to work for the story.
Yeah.
And so for your stuff, I'll avoid like the player conversations entirely. I think so. It's completely out of the equation.
And I kind of hope everyone does that, because then it gives me a bit more freedom. I guess some people have then sort of pointed out, but then the people who are watching are going to know some of this stuff too. Is that going to take away some of the excitement for them? And I don't know if it will. It's a tough balance. Like. It might be that even before the stream, I go, hey, Cass, here's the thing. You need to know that you're going to be Promethean's character's mother or something, just so we don't have to talk about it on stream. Like I've reached out to Kate, for example, about some stuff with her character that I definitively don't want to talk about on stream. But is also critical to her character, and I want to know as early as possible because it has a significant impact. And then I can go, sweet, I know that they're going into the stream. They're like, okay, cool, awesome, great.
And there's different versions of how that can play out. So, right, use D&D Beyond, right?
Mhm.
You set up a campaign, everyone puts their character in there, right? If a particular attribute of the character is important to their backstory and something you want to keep secret, all of a sudden it's there for everyone to see.
Yeah.
And so you can lose the effect of that.
Yeah.
And that's where you rely on the ability of the players to separate, player knowledge from character knowledge. And again, I'd like to think that all of us will be able to do that.
Yeah.
But you do genuinely, as a player and as the DM, you want to make those kind of big surprises probably land. Right?
It's exciting. It's fun. It's boom. You didn't realize that my character was actually whatever it might be. So I'm conscious of time, and I'm conscious of Sarah driving this beast. So I'm also conscious of the fact that I'm getting pretty tired. So I'm thinking
we're ready to wrap.
That we might need to wrap this up, because I think Sarah's up to, I think she's just indicated 12 glasses of wine.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
You can see her chin's kind of stained red at this stage from all the wine. It's kind of I don't know.
Oh, okay. I've been watching the actual stream. I'm just watching the Zoom thing now, and I can see, like, I accidentally spilled 1 glass of wine. Sarah's just like throwing that shit on walls and stuff.
She's just bathed herself in it. It's almost it's kind of embarrassing, but it's also kind of endearing at the same time.
It's kind of hot, actually.
It's
all right.
It's like watching a toddler with magic. You know it's going to be a disaster, but you just can't stop watching anyway.
Pretty good.
What hole, John? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. All right, let's pull the plug. Hey, thank you very much to everybody who's come along and listened, especially if you've stayed for the whole fucking time, because you're insane.
Yeah. Meeples and Dragons have a Twitter account, right?
Yeah.
More questions about the world and stuff?
Ooh, yes.
Throw them there.
Yes, I keep putting them here, but I'm not here. Yes. Any questions you've got, absolutely do that. That would be amazing. Don't forget that Promethean and I will be back on Monday, and we're going to dig into his character. Quite a remarkable individual. I don't think I've ever seen. I was going to try and make up something really funny, but I'm too tired to come up with some kind of weird character concept, like it's a half orc, half halfling. Bardic barbarian who only like casts spells by yodeling or something. I don't know.
It's like only eats good berries ever. There's no other sustenance.
Absolutely. But come and check us out on Monday as well. Meeples and Dragons, of course, this is on their channel. They also have got their website, meeplesanddragons.com. Is it .com or .com.au? I'm pretty sure it's just .com.
Ooh,
.com.au.
good question.
That's okay. The thingy will do the thingy. When by thingy, I mean the chat. .com.au. Yes, thank you.
There it is.
Look at their stuff. Seriously, it's all really fucking amazing. And also, John and Sarah are genuinely fucking just actually nice human beings. So go buy all their stuff, support local. It's amazing. There's lots of other D&D streams and stuff like that as well. Like we talked about Fate's Grip. There's a whole bunch of other ones which my brain can't remember. Promethean is doing the same thing as what we're doing here. He's building his own world and he's running his own campaign. OzQuest, which you are doing when?
Yeah, whenever. August-ish.
So just go and follow them on Twitter, like at Promethean, and also look at OzQuest on here on the Twitch. And because that's going to be quite the thing. I'm intrigued to see that. But yeah, thanks so much, everyone. Have a good night, and we'll see you on Monday, I guess.
You legends.
Yeah. Cheer, brew.
Night.
I don't know.